Ugh. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Good afternoon and good evening. I want the record to show, first of all, that I was ready to go at a little after 5, but my nephew called me, and I had to take that because we haven't spoken in a couple of days, and and I could get interrupted now because I got another call from the pharmacy. They weren't able to charge my card, and I don't know why, but anyway, they may call me back. I also want to say that if you were here last night, you know last night was very emotional for me. I even cried watching the stream back portions of it. You know, I'm a spiritual person, everybody, and I live so close to the universe and its vibration, its energy. And sometimes I'm just swept away, you know, and I think that's what happened to me yesterday. I mean everything that I ever communicate to anybody on earth in life. And that's why I speak from the heart. So I never know when moments like that are going to hit me and sweep me away. But the energy was just so, especially when I opened up yesterday, it was just so, it was beyond me, really, you know, the things that I was trying to communicate to you all. I mean it from my soul, from every atom, from every cell. I'm so passionate about the advancement of our people, but also just our family here on this channel, trying to bring across the things that I really want for you. You know, I want it for you because it's good for you. I want it for you, you know. So I just get swept away sometimes. I told you guys that I was going to be trying to use this StreamYard technology, and I'm on it now. Now, I don't know what I'm doing, but we are on StreamYard, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to have people come in. I don't really know how this is going to work because I haven't worked out. I still don't even know how to work Instagram. Let us begin with that. You know, obviously, I definitely don't know what I'm doing on StreamYard, but and especially after we had the issues last night with the streaming software that I normally use crashing on us. That's why the stream was in 2 parts. Where are my notes? Bullets, prompts for me, things I need to remember. And we're probably going to have problems when I go to share my screen. Just letting you know right now. And I'm sick of this look. But back when I was getting my passport and all that stuff in order for my exit to Ghana, you know, I started doing a lot of things to the house and getting rid of some things. And among them was my house plants. So the other shot that I love is when I am on my love seat and I have my, you guys know I just have my plant right there, one of my main plants. So I do have a tree, and I think the next time I'll just put that there because there needs to be something green in that shot. It just gives it some sort of something. It feels right to me, you know. Anything I do in life just has to feel like it's to feel like I have to feel it, you know. And so that's why I've been giving you this shot, you know. And plus, it's very comfortable for me to sit here on my couch. And I do hate this because the shot isn't big enough, and so you're not getting the necklace of knowledge and wisdom, which is pretty much covered by my scarf anyway. Necklace of knowledge and wisdom, just so you know. So I don't love this shot, but it's not the most important thing. Um, let me see. How do I do this now? Live viewer comments show up on StreamYard. This is an example. Okay, Shiro, shout out to you, Queen. I'm so appreciating the heads up right now. And I didn't know because I go live from StreamYard. So I don't know how you all got the notifications. Was it regular for you? Was there something different about it? Let me know. Cheryl Bryant, I'm so glad to see you. Ready for the live stream. Yesterday was fire. And know it. And know it. I don't know what those emojis are. And I don't know. But thank you. Melon 100. Yes. I made a note about the Miss America thing. I may get to that in this stream. You say shalom, I say salam and shalom. Finally, I managed to watch your live stream, King. Please, or peace and blessings to you, and the same to you, Queen. Stephanie Gerald, shout out to you. I'm so glad to see you. Portia Snelling, shout out to you, Queen. Brian Simpson, good to see you. What's good, my brother? It's all good, my brother. It's all good. It's all good. Willa Slio. I hope I didn't butcher that. And I have an aunt named Willa, by the way. Shout out to you. Barbara Edwards, mucho besos. I'm glad to see you too, Queen. What I'm going to do first, I think I'm going to click on Shiro and see if it shows. It does. So I love that feature too. Like, because you guys know sometimes I really love a comment or something like that. But this will also help me too, because sometimes I can't really see your comments and I have to get my magnifying glass out. I can see it on my screen, so I can just click on it and read it. So that's good for you and it's good for me. I just love when things are easy, you know. Ignore the title of the stream, everybody, because Khalifa of the Most High, Salamu Alaikum, my brother. Ignore the title of the stream, everybody, because I always tell you the hardest thing for me is what to name anything. You know, I just have an inspiration in my heart and I'm ready to speak. And I can't ever encompass anything that I'm going to really speak about in a title. I can't. And plus, my streams are all over the place. It's from my heart, and then there's inspiration that comes in. There's also response from you. It's very organic. So I've said it a million times, but I have to say it again, especially if you're new or even if you've been with me. Always just ignore the title. Just, I mean, it's an indicator, but don't put a whole lot of stock in it. Just know that I can't really say all I need to say in a title because I'm a man of many words. I can't do anything short in life, it seems. Everything is kind of drawn out with me, and that's just a consistent part of my existence on the earth. You know, I can't do anything short or fast. I can't. Sheba, shout out to you, Queen. Hey Jedi, YouTube notifications finally working. Allahu Akbar. Maybe that was because of StreamYard. Yeah. You're playing audio of that. Do you have that cued? Yes, you have the link on the tablet. You're going to play that audio for that. Yeah, and then this. Um, wow, I feel like I know you. Um, I'm unstoppable. It's still in my head, Shiro. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. And I win every single game. Uh, Kai, shout out to you, my king. What's up, Jedi? Blessings to you, king, and your throne, and your offspring, the young prince. I hope you had a chance to watch that video link and those nasty comments. I'm glad you remind me of something else too, because to Queen Shiro, yes, we talked about that. The white bitch that died in Ghana. Because remember, we were like, why was she there, and what would they be paying her for? And we were talking about the exchange rate of the money and blah blah blah. So when you mentioned it in the stream last night, I was like, I don't remember if I watched it or not. I don't remember, but I followed up. And as soon as I saw it, I go, oh yeah, we totally. I didn't want you to watch it because we watched it and we talked about it. Yeah. But I will discuss it. Um, to let others know. Chocolate Rhythm. Shout out to you, Sheba. Hope you are well this evening, King. I'm so much better, and I want you guys to know that I got sleep last night. You know, before we went last night, I told you guys I was yawning. I felt like that was a good sign. Um, so I just went ahead and followed up on the things that I said I would follow up from you guys. And then I needed to watch the streams back because I always watch my work back in case I misstated a detail or I didn't say something, or sometimes I start a point and then another thought interrupts that and I don't come back to it. I need to make sure, you know. So I was watching the stream back, and then after I watched the 2 parts, I was off to sleep. So I'm so much better today, Sheba. I'm covered in fish batter. What kind of fish? But at least feeding folks is out the way. All I have to do is wash up and enjoy the stream. Alhamdulillah. Well, I hope I can deliver and make it worth your time. I titled this stream, What I Did, Everybody, because I was watching something on Instagram. It was a Muslim brother. I think he's the prime minister of Malaysia, which is it's the largest Muslim country on earth, is Malaysia. Like, everybody is Muslim. And he was speaking about the New World Order, but he was also speaking about the people that will who are trying to run the New World Order, and that this is not new, that this is something they've been trying to do since 100 years ago, or something he cited. I think it was 100 years ago. And he was saying, but they don't, so there'll be no governments, no how it is now, just be one world government. We all know this. We've talked about it at different levels, different uh, sectors of it, for lack of a better word. But what provoked the title of the stream is because he said, you know, the people that run everything don't just run it just because they have money and power, but it's because they have the guns, and that they have weapons that can destroy humanity. You know, this is not new to any of us, but it provoked this opening. And the title of the stream, you know, America by default, white people. You could even add the police to that by extension, and the military is not respected, it's feared. I've always said to you, I'd rather be feared than respected. You know, respect has its place of honor and it is earned, but you can't always get the respect even if you earn it. Respect is given, it is earned, and it is given. It is provoked, yet earned, but still given. So that even if I'm worthy of respect, and I am, but even if I'm worthy of respect, I can't make someone else respect me. And many times, just someone seeing that you are honorable and worthy of respect is enough for them to not give it to you, just to deny it to you. So fear is greater than love, I always tell you. And I'd rather be feared than respected, because if you can get result with respect, that's honorable and it's peaceful, it's easier. But if you can only get your result through fear, then by all means necessary. So this has been the model of America, white people. It has been their way to, because as Malcolm said even, and here I sit many years after his assassination, proclaiming the same thing that he proclaimed, that white people are not agreeable, that they're not able to get along with anybody on the earth. When we see what's happening in Ukraine, I mean, everybody's a liar, you know. Just because Putin speaks with yit, 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 doesn't mean that he's not a devil and that he's not lying. Righteous Indignation, shout out to you. Allison Bleb, shout out to you. Sweet D, shout out to you. Gonna come back to your comments. I want to keep my train of thought. So while we are not part of this, we definitely should be watching to see if any of the shrapnel is coming our way. You know, it's kind of like when black people run because we see other people running. We won't ask why we're running till we're done running. We know to run. Like, don't stand there, run, and find out why you're running after the fact. That's a real thing with us. This is that. We should still run and then see why we're running after we finish running. Because it's deliberately exhausting intellectually and emotionally to try to follow this coverage of this Ukraine, Russia event. I don't want to call it a conflict event. I'm not really sure what's the correct title to put on it that would be accurate and truthful, because I don't feel like we know the truth. Everybody involved has an incentive for dishonesty and propaganda, lies, and to shift the narrative in a way that favors them. But you know the devil that's closest to you. So I know more about Joe Biden than I know about President Putin. First of all, Putin, just that name, you know, I always have issues saying it. I've never shared that with you, but I do. But I know that Joe Biden is a demon. His intentions are not pure. Everything is about white power. It's never about, let's just do this because it's the right thing to do, you know. Dr. King said, you know, the time is always right to do what's right, but these people don't have righteousness in their souls. If they have a soul, you know, I really question that. That's not hyperbole. That's not drama. I really do question. I watched something else last evening before I drifted off. It was a tribe in, I don't remember what country in Africa now, but it was called The Black Samurai. But when you watched it, it was Samura. So I don't know if the word samurai comes from this word. I do know, I even have a full documentary here. I've shared with you, you're not even under Japanese law. You're not under the law of samurai. You're not a samurai unless you have African blood. That's a real thing. This was what made me want to watch this, because these were Africans and it said samurai. And what I know about the code of the samurai, that's knowledge converging, by the way, everybody. So it wasn't even what I expected. It was very propagandistic, because it was, you know, it was tribal, like we would normally see the brothers with the spears and the paint and the basically nothing on. But the narrative, you know, we don't know the language. There are many thousands of languages and dialects on the continent. And so there's a white demon that is doing the translation. I'm always suspect of that, because as someone who speaks Spanish, sometimes I can see a report on television and they will start out, you know, they always give you the person speaking whatever language they're speaking, and then the voiceover comes. Well, what I just heard is not what you just said, even in a little bit that I heard. Arabic, I will hear them, and then they start the voiceover. That's not what they said. And sometimes they leave things out, especially if it's Muslims, because there's a way that Muslims speak. Even this Malaysian prime minister, when he got up to speak after he was introduced, he said, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is customary for any Muslim about to address anyone. It will happen. So sometimes they will say things that normally just come out of Muslims. Like, you guys hear me, all the ways that we are giving praise to Allah, you know, you'll hear it come out of me, and you'll hear that. And then the translator won't say that, you know. So certainly if it's now a dialect and a language that I don't know anything about, I don't believe you. I just don't believe you, because I'm totally at your mercy on this translation. At least if it was another African that was doing the translation, we could begin to decide to believe it. But you're a European British demon. I'm supposed to believe that you know this ancient dialect that these men have been speaking for many thousands of years? I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. But I digress to say, and at the risk of sounding like a scratch record, I have to say this, everybody. As I said to you last night, the hour is very critical. The hour is at hand. And I cited reasons and prophecy for you to prove my claim, my statement. The hour is at hand. And I've been saying for years that as a people, we got to separate the weeds from the grass. That if we truly want anything, and I've removed myself because I'm on a different trajectory now. You can't hold your feet in two boats on a lake. At some point, you got to be on one boat. And I said to you for years, I said, it's liberation and revolution, or it's Africa for me. Because I got to think about my own mortality, my own legacy, my own living out my arc of existence. And I want to use my life in the service of good. That's what gives me the most joy on earth. It's better than anything you're going to name. Anything. I know what my joy spot is. I know it. And I hope that many of you have defined for yourselves what it is that truly gives you joy. Like, that's the thing that is La pièce de résistance for me. What is it? Have you defined it for yourself? Could you articulate it now? Is it really embedded in your spirit? Don't just have it come off of your medulla. Is it really there? Is it really in here? Is it really in there? Do you have that thing? Have you identified? Have you felt the thing in your existence at this point in your journey on earth that you have defined and identified? This is what fulfills me. This is the thing. This is it. Have you fulfilled that for yourself? If you haven't, you've got work to do. You've got work to do. Because if you can't name it, you can't do it. I always tell you, if you can't see it, you can't hit it. If you can't name it, you can't hit it. You know? So I know what gives me the greatest joy and fulfillment on earth. That and sajda. What is this, Jedi? Sajda. This is when we're in full prostration. When you have recited the divine revelation from the one who creates, especially if you're reciting a long portion of Quran, like many ayats. And then you make takbir and you go to ruku where you just bend over to your knees. You're saying Subhana Rabbi al-Azim, Subhana Rabbi al-Azim, Subhana Rabbi al-Azim. Then you come back up, Sami Allahu liman hamida, Rabbana lakal hamd. Allah hears those who praise him. Our Lord, praise be to thee. Sami Allahu liman hamida. Allah hears those who praise him. The Imam will say, or whoever's leading the prayer, Sami Allahu liman hamida. And then however many hundreds of people behind him say, Rabbana lakal hamd. That means our Lord, praise be to thee. And then we go down to sajda. Allah says to mankind, when you are in that position, that is when you're the closest to Allah. It's something very humbling when you are in that position with your forehead and your nose on the ground and your hands. Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest. It's even for non-Muslims, when they see you pray, that's the thing that they just, especially if they see a whole, like hundreds of us, it has an effect on the one witnessing it. But that gives me great joy. And when I can be in service to anyone for any reason, if I can help your wing to catch wind, it's so fulfilling. I never understand people that stand back and hate on others and don't want to see you soar. I love to see people soar. And if I can help you get off the ground, it's everything on earth to me. That's my greatest joy. It's better than anything, the best food, the best sex, the best movie, the best music, the best vacation, the best. That's the greatest thing for me. The greatest. So to bring myself back to center, we as a people, because while I'll be watching from afar, and with the advent of air travel, one can be on any continent at any time. But what it's going to take, as I've said to you many times, it's going to take our people understanding that nicety is no longer an option. It's not. To button this up so we can move on, I want to say this, because this goes with this. It's so critical. It's a big piece of the puzzle. This transgender thing is a very itchy place in my soul because it is so specious in its intent and in its incarnation. It is the work of evil. It is the mark and the conjuring of white people. Somebody sent me something on Instagram. I probably won't find it, but it was a black scientist, and he's naming this chemical that's widely available that they're using on reptiles in this lab, and it literally causes male reptiles to act like females. They think they're females. One could insinuate then with this knowledge that, because in my lifetime, I've seen what I'm going to call an explosion of people proclaiming themselves, men proclaiming themselves to be women, and believing it. Some of it I think is absolutely ridiculous, and there are evildoers out there just doing it to be disruptors and provocateurs, but there are some who really feel this in a very seminal way in their soul, you know. But this was evidence that, yes, something can be, we'll say, sprinkled, if you will, just to make it an illustrative image for you, that something can be sprinkled that makes this provocation. Why I cite it is because this is the creme de la creme, if you will, of oppressing our just a due. It's kind of like, I owe you $20. My second to the oldest sister, oh my God, this is what I learned from her at a very young age. Because when she would borrow money, when it's time to pay it back, she deliberately finds a way to get into an argument with you. So the first thing she said, well, I'm not paying you back then. I'm going to hold the things that are going through my mind right now. She does that so she doesn't have to pay you back. This is my second to the oldest sister. This is the latest incarnation of her, because what about women's rights? If we go back to sort of the civil rights era, I never know how to really classify that, because that never ended and we still looking for rights, which won't really nobody give you no right, because in my mind, I came to earth with every right I'm ever going to need. I don't need you to give me any right. I have them because I exist. I have them. I possess them. So it's almost ridiculous to claim that you're fighting for some rights. I exist. So therefore I inherit. You understand? But that aside, let's add women, and as I mentioned last night, white women are the biggest beneficiaries of the Title IX, and then now these alleged transgender people, because there is no transisting. Let's be clear about that. That misstates what it is we're witnessing. You don't transform. You can't. Allah creates male and female. That's it. So there is no transforming. There's just a proclamation. And this is where we have our issue with the proclamation, because their wording, their language is, well, I'm legally and socially a woman. That's what they say, because I'm legally and socially a woman. That's their language. And I will tell you, language matters. What are they saying, but what language are they using to say it? And they're all using these specific words. I am legally and socially a woman. So they are also being the beneficiaries of this Title IX. Quick, let's bring in the Latinos. Well, what about the Jews? Well, what about the Native Americans? Oh, well, look, it's the immigrant. Everything, give me my $20. Everything. And why I say this transgender thing is the creme de la creme, la pièce de résistance, is because it's imaginary. It can just come out of the wall. Like, what was that, Terminator? Where the dude just comes out of the wall. He was part of the wall, just comes out. This is that. It's a ghost that can replace you. And if they will attack their women, you definitely don't have a chance. You understand? And they're always happy to have collateral damage because, well, we're known for allegedly not caring about each other. They really don't give a damn. And collateral damage is nothing to make things look like it wasn't a target at you. Well, because it happened to white people too. So that must mean, that it was not specious. If you're ever going to get what it is that we're due, then language has to be different. Attitude and action must be different. You understand? And when you get result, like when I worked in a men's prison, but it doesn't have to just be a prison. It could just be anything. It could be your kids. Sometimes you got to put that poker face and let folks know it's no games right here. No games. Because they treat you different when they know it's no games. Anybody. Don't matter who it is. The moment they know it's no games, it's all different. It's all different. So to dovetail my message on what this Malaysian prime minister was saying, to tie it to us, to say that this is how they rule, is with fear and violence and weaponry and military. And we have to understand that the only door that leads to us getting what it is we want is a demand with a poker face that says no games, and you cannot go peacefully. That's out. That's the first casualty, is peace, because that's what they do. The first casualty is peace. Nobody gives a damn. And I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you. I'm hearing rumblings that perhaps this whole Ukrainian thing was to set up a version, an incarnation of this sort of Agenda 21. Banks are suddenly, there's cryptocurrency, and they're allowing a universal basic income. And this is just rumbling, so I don't have the full report for you now. But it's very suspicious, because it's like, oh, you got time to do that while you supposedly we're hearing all these people are dying, which we've already dispelled that with the video that we saw, where the dead people are literally trying to cover themselves up in the background, where the guy's saying that these are all dead bodies behind them, and they're clearly not. And people are coming out of frame and trying to cover them up. I mean, it's just, last thing I'll say about it is this. I come as a warner, everybody, because I always tell you, love is not a 4-letter word. I present myself to you and to the public out of my love for us. Love for you is love for me. Love for me is love for you. And when you love anything or anyone, it's complete. It is as you love yourself. So you need to check your self-love as well. Because if you don't completely love yourself, you cannot love the rest of us. You can't. There's going to be a deficit. Your love for yourself must be complete. And so part of my love for you, how I express this, is to tell you the damn truth. And you need to understand it's not drama or words when I tell you, hear me very carefully. You, the individual, you have a decision to make. You're either going to have to get off this rock or prepare to die. Prepare to fight or prepare to die, or prepare to fight and die, whatever. Because the evil of this demon lining up with prophecy and current world event equals disaster. That's what it means. That's what it means. That's what it means. So don't think that you have time to, maybe in 5 years I'm going to do X, Y, or Z. You really start forming a plan right now. What are you going to do? Because your existence as you know it is not going to be possible very shortly. I offer, I suggest to you the whole hum of, whatever you do in your normal daily routine, that's not going to be an option very shortly, everybody. And there's one distraction after the other one to keep you off game so you can't really grasp the fiber of what's really happening as the walls are closing in. Do you understand? So I want you to really give that some serious thought. We're at Friday right now. One of the things that I would wish for you to contemplate between now and even Monday is, what is your plan? What is your plan? What is your escape clause, we'll call it? That plan B, you always have a plan B. So if it all goes to hell, you got a plan B. Whatever you do in life, always try to have a plan B. Always try to have a plan B. That served me through life, and I would literally tell myself out loud, let's say if I was even going for a job interview or something, what's your plan B as you walk out the house? Well, if I don't get this, then it's going to be this. So that I already have something else lined up, something that moves me to the next station so that I don't get bogged down in that moment, whatever that is. Always have a plan B for everything in life. What is your plan B? So you need to be able to answer that. You should make notes of this. You should be able to answer what's your plan B at all times for everything and anything. And what is the thing that defines your greatest joy in life? I'd like for you to define that for yourself between now and Monday, inshallah. I want to shout out CJ Stevenson. I'm so glad to see you, Queen. And I want to get into our first piece, everybody. First, let me read your comments that I didn't read. Righteous Indignation says, I'm at work. Damn it, man. That always freaks me out too. It's just weird for me. Like even when Carmen from South Africa was on last night and she was saying she's at work at 7:20 something a.m. in South Africa and she was watching the stream. That's just, I don't have a definition for that. It's very humbling. I do know that. Allison, Jedi, you went to church today, didn't you? It's called the mosque. I ain't gonna be too mad at you, Allison. We're gonna just help the sister to the next side. You feel me? Sweet deep blessings. Kai, I read that. And did I watch it? I could do the same thing I did with Shiro. As soon as I saw it, I go, I saw that. I first 2 seconds, I go, yeah, I saw that. I saw it. So let me just, I can just answer that right now, brother, and see, did I see it? I did not watch this, Kai. Yeah. Damn. Um, but I do want to try to maybe get a chance to at least cover it, um, so I can let the general audience know of at least the details of it, so that if we can, I probably can't play the video, but I'm sure that we can get, well, inshallah, we can get at least an article that expresses to us a summation of the event, and then I will link also the video in the chat, for everyone to be able to see as well. I hope that's not my thumbnail. All right, don't focus on that right now, Jedi. What? I'm putting the link for this in the chat, everybody. Um, yeah, there, I put it in the chat, and so you can click on that and save it. We're gonna come to that. I first want to go to, also shout out to Miss Matthews. I don't think I've shouted you out. Andrea Smith, Kiara Irvin, I also appreciate that the counter, I see the counter, so I know stuff. Again, if you're just coming to Jules Suber, shout out to you, Queen. If you just come in, everybody, I need you to understand that I'm using this new streaming software for the first time, this StreamYard. So I'm still learning. I just only set it up as I was going live, so I really don't have full command of it. So we may have some, some hits and starts with things, but just know that that's what I'm doing. I thought it would be a better visual experience for you, and a little bit more user friendly for me and all of us, quite frankly. So shout out to CJ Stevenson, Allison Bleb. They can't stop. They are addicted to growth, power, and more. Classic breed, but it's genetic. It's a certain people, and it's not race, even though we see these traits in certain ones. Whiting fillet, Sheba. You better go, girl. You better go. No, go. They're too evil to have a soul. It's funny how Trump was the only American president with a favorable relationship with Putin, yet the administration directly after him is about to war with him. Seems like a script. We mentioned this, I think, in a previous sitting, and I said to you that well, Trump is a businessman, And so there may be some side deal going on with him and Putin, for after he was going to be president and things like that, but you definitely bring the point. We do see that as a glaring contrast that, he and Putin, Trump and Putin were practically, well, they were lovers. And then it's just the exact opposite. In fact, Biden started with the tough talk on Russia almost immediately after he took office. I feel like maybe even before he took office, he was already saber rattling. Melanin, it is two slave masters fighting over power. I love that phraseology. Black folks, don't you go fighting for them. Sit back, plan, and how we can unite and rise whilst the devils are distracted over greed. Sadly, they're not distracted. And we see this evidence of this in the fact of how they're treating the African immigrants that are trying to leave Ukraine. They still have time for white racism. We saw this during the height of the pandemic. This is when George Floyd was killed, the brother in the Wendy's parking lot. I mean, on and on, like it don't matter what's going on, a meteor strike in this bitch. It doesn't matter. They still have time to articulate their hatred for us. Hatred. Happy Friday to you were talking to Allison. Melanin goes on. What fulfills me is watching those devils self-disrupt. That gives me joy. When I see a female devils cry or hurt, I put that video on pause. Then I grab my popcorn to watch. That completes me. You bring a good point though, Melanin, because I know that I've said at some point over the years, especially when we were really, which we're always at this point, but it just feels like it more than other times, although it's still consistent. When it was just, a murder every day, it seemed like. I literally, there was times I had to just go on and find videos of police being murdered. It just made me feel better. That's my truth. One of the things that stresses us out psychologically and emotionally is that we're not getting our lick in. You got to get that lick in. It's a yearning of, it's a natural yearning of the soul. It's part of your fitra. You have to. It's unnatural to have someone have you suffer and for you not to desire for them to suffer when it's on purpose. We can discuss, complex emotions when something wasn't deliberate and you were hurt by something physically or emotionally, whatever, but this is deliberate. It is the natural calling to then you need to feel this too. Even somebody just cuss you out, you want to go cuss them out too and get your last word in. You feel me? You just feel better. You purge. You have to purge, Kiara, greetings to you, and Miss Matthews, greetings to all. You say that Zaza Ali spoke on a similar experiment reportedly done on frogs in that interview she did with Willie D. I didn't see that, but thank you for that. I think that means you're on time, Andrea. The clock emoji, Miss Matthews. It's very important that most have their babies at home via an honest midwife. Some are saying, why? What's happening to the babies while the mom is asleep after having given birth? And I would also say, and I've said in the past, the prenatal care, men, we're not really with our women when you all are going to your doctor's appointments. Oh, I got to go to the doctor. They're pregnant. I had a doctor's appointment. I think most men, if you talk to us, we just feel like, oh, it's just routine. It's woman stuff with the baby and they just doing that. We won't really know what's happening. And alas, the women, I don't think I know what's happening to them. Even the schedule of vaccines that has come online since I've been alive, I think I had the chicken pox and the measles thing, you know, and we, all my family, when you do the prick test on us, the little 4-prong thing for tuberculosis, we have a positive reaction because my mother passed away of tuberculosis. I was in quarantine for the first year of my life. When you take a chest x-ray of me to this day, there's a calcium deposit. I forget which lung it's on, where they arrest. I don't have tuberculosis, obviously, but it was arrested. Um, but this schedule now, I feel like it's 70 something. Is it like until they're 21? If somebody has more knowledge on, well, the number of that, let me know. But there's this schedule of shit. So, I always tell you, nothing just becomes. Everything has a pathology, and everything's connected. So are we to believe there's no connection between that and the advent of these people popping up proclaiming themselves a woman and a man that are not, and various other things? Nah. I always default back to my grandmother and the elders because, like, I eat slow. My grandmother was always the last person at the table. I'm still that dude. I'm the last one at the table. Why should I wait until I am, my grandmother's age to do the things that I saw her doing in her old age? Um, my grandmother also had cataracts at one point. She had to have cataract surgery and all that, but she had to wear the dark glasses, right after surgery and all that. I just thought, I'm gonna start wearing my sunglasses every time I'm out in the sun, because why not? Um, but I war with that because there are other times when I just look directly into the sun. I know I'm gonna see green after it's over, but I just feel like I'm supposed to look directly into the sun. I feel like I need to do that. I feel like I need to do that. I need to do that because guess what? Everybody's doing this all day. So I'm seeing more and more younger people wearing glasses. And it's got to be because of this. It has to be. So we'll stare at this all day, but we won't look into the sun. I doubt it. Anyways, there's a causation is what I'm trying to say. I don't want to get too hung up. But I think that women have also just sort of given over their care. That's my perception. Like they're just kind of at the mercy and the whim of their pediatricians and OBGYNs and stuff, just like whatever they say. It's not like, no, this is what we're doing. It's my child and I'm doing this. I think I would just like to see more control from the mothers. You go on, Miss Matthews, huh? I shouldn't have anything to do with the other. One shouldn't have anything to do with the other. I.e., if one owes the bank, then cusses out the bank manager, they'd remind her she still has to repay the loan. And probably more than a reminding, let us understand. Sovereign equals sameness. We hold dear what the biology teachers taught on the hormones, natural hormones, testosterone and estrogen. Another shout out to Jewel. Kiara, socially a woman, my ass. Thank you. And here's what I'm glad you mentioned that, because I keep forgetting to say this every time I broach this topic. We spoke last night about this WNCA, or I forget the acronyms now, this women's swimming competition where, the new dust up is this, some transgender. And I just thought women of all sport should say, we're not doing a damn thing. We're not running. We're not cycling. We're not doing gymnastics. We're not doing swimming. We're not doing anything. We're going to have a sit out. And so those damn transgenders can just go out there and have at it. But we won't be out there because there are billions of dollars in sports. Billions. A lot of people sitting in big mansions right now over sports. A lot of people sitting in mansions right now that don't play the game, by the way. And it's just I don't really see the outrage of women the way that I feel like I want to see it. Like I'm outraged. I'm outraged for women. You know, like what are we doing? What is that? And then the reasonings that they give, you know, they say, and it's white men. Let us understand, it's white men, white, white. Because if this was something being provoked by African men, it would be a non-event. And white bitches would have already been in the streets marching against transgenders. And how dare they encroach? But it's white men. White men. And some of them, I believe, just have agendas, you know, like you're not that obsessed with being who you are that you can't see that you are fucking it up for everybody else. It's a simple proposition. If you're in grade school, even you go over to the sandbox with the other kids and they kind of move back or go to something else, that means they ain't really feeling you. They not. So take your shit. But they don't seem to be satisfied unless they are encroaching on someone else. You know, and there's a code going on because one of them that's a cyclist, he's got pink hair. There's another one, I don't know what the hell he does. He does, has green hair. And they're all doing this one flip thing with this shaved side. It's like a subliminal code, I believe, you know. I don't have any evidence for that. I haven't worked out fully, but this just seems to be the beginnings of something. And they're sitting up there with these ridiculous points of view that if I'm this worked up and I'm a dude, I probably would be at the point of murder if I was a woman. Like just not having it. Not having it. Not having it. That's like, this says it. I now identify as a fifth grader. I self-identify as a fifth grader. I am. So I'm going to go now and compete against fifth graders. And I don't have any height or strength advantage. I'm a fifth grader. I'm socially and legally a fifth grader. Stay with me. When the Jedi speaks, you learn. So I am legally and socially a fifth grader. So that I'm blowing fifth graders away. Well, it's not my fault he's still in a diaper. You know, it's not my fault. I don't have any advantage. That's what they're doing. So, by the way, you're mediocre and nothing when you go and compete with the men. You're nothing. So there's a sick psychology going on that because, again, the characteristics of white men is this need to be great. You see? Learn behavior from the oppressor. We can say, well, we can see that in some black people here and there, but I'm trying to help you understand, just how I always tell you about jealousy. It's not a natural human emotion. It's a learned response and behavior from white people. It is not the natural fitra of the human being to be jealous of anything or anyone. It's not natural. That's not natural. Proving this is the child. I go anywhere in public right now. Give me an unpolluted child, unpolluted, keywords. And first of all, they're going to wave at me. If I smile at them, they're going to give me a smile back. And anything they have, they will give to me. You have candy. Can I have some? They rush over to give it to you. And they enjoy watching you eat it. Here, have some more. This is the natural way. This is the natural way. So let there be no question that I'm falling apart in front of you. So they have this need to be as we say back east, as though. So yes, this Australian dude that looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger, there's nothing feminine looking about this dude, but there he is playing the women's something. His calves are the size of my head. And there he is. And he's 6'3" or something. I mean, what? Like, that's like if all basketball players were my height. And now here comes Irving Magic Johnson or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Kyrie Irving or somebody. And they're saying there's no advantage that they have over me, that we're the same. Well, because you're kind of a skyscraper and I'm not. So there is an advantage. But they sit there with straight face proclaiming that there's no advantage, that they're just working hard. Take your shit. But that's what they're doing. The cycler even had the audacity to say that the women just need to work harder. Losers just need to work harder. Oh yeah, they need to work harder, but not at cycling. But getting rid of your ass. Do you understand? It's maddening. But why it matters to us as African people, because this is while there are some African women being affected, this is not really our concern so much. It's really a white bitch issue, but we have a dog in this fight because of what I said to you that it does to us. It's another distraction to not give us our $20. You understand? Well, we're still dealing with this. And we're so involved in their rights and their illusion and their sickery. We just can't get to you and have a serious discussion or resolution for what we owe your people. We just don't have time. But we just don't have time. We just don't have it. We just don't have it. We just don't have it. Digital silver facts. Righteous indignation. They don't have a soul. They are literally soulless. We are more animated in our speech and mannerisms, which is more, quote, loud, end quote, or exuberant to watch, which they deem ghetto because they don't have it. Miss Matthews, it feels like they're trying to bully the public. Exactly. It's a bullying. It's a bullying. And then the language, then they come with, well, then you're a transphobe. Phobia means fear, and I'm not afraid of your bitch ass. Just not feeling any fear. Just not feeling it. Just, nope, not phobic. I'll just check again. Nope, still not. Just still not. Well, I'll just check again. Still not. Still not. Nope, not afraid of your ass. Do you understand? It is a bullying. And they are using the model of the Zionist. You know, I saw a video where there was the video said, it's supposed to be quoting probably the Hebrew Israelites or any of us who proclaim that these people are not the real Jews. That's what the title of it said. And then you see these two white Zionists in a bathtub with the little yarmulkes on. I'm over it. And they're sitting in a bathtub and the shower water is coming on. And they go, is that how we're supposed to react? And he coughs, and then like $100 bill comes out of his mouth. So they're poking fun, you see. Well, me being who I am, I type, wow, this is really hilarious. I loved it. And yet, ... You're still not, you know, which is also funny. LOL, crying emoji, and crying emoji, you know. But these people are using the same model, just like they scream anti-Semitic every 5 minutes. And you literally have to get out an investigator and a lawyer to figure out, well, what could be anti about this? What? I mean, there's almost a treasure hunt to find out what could be the infraction. And they're doing that too. They're trying to now be this sensitive group, you know, but again, I've tried to give you the armor that will make you bulletproof to any accusation or anything by telling you that when you have the proper relationship with the one who creates everybody, you proclaim that, period. So that's my armor and my answer for any of them. I don't buy into this because Allah creates male and female. So you are a problem. Now, I don't really care, and I'm not here to even be mean to you or hate you. Just stay out my face. Stop trying to visit and encroach upon my existence. Like you need me to acknowledge in order for you to be happy. I don't need any acknowledgement for my happiness or for my existence. I don't need it. Just me. I don't need it. So you don't really need it. And the little smirk that I see when I see any of them being interviewed or talking about it, and some of them won't be interviewed, won't talk. They just do the evil deed and then they run for the hills. I mean, they're smashing records. There was one statistic that one of the, I don't know, it's the 400 meter or the 100 meter, something with track, but 2,000 men, 2,000 men, their time was greater than the fastest woman. I mean, there is a distinct difference between men and women. There just is. I don't care if it's a sissy dude, you feel me, that acts all juicy and shit. That's still a dude. Still a dude. Still a dude. And we know that even Allah has made the pelvis of the woman is wider. This is the cradle for the life. You understand? And I've said to you a million times, they dig these people up in 1,000 years, they'll know this was a male and this was a female. You know, like there's nothing to debate here. Any of these people that's in your mind, and you can feel that because I self-identify as Oprah. My pronouns are money and private jet. Those are my pronouns, and so you can have that in your mind, no problem. But it's just that when I show up to the airport and I'm trying to get on a Gulfstream and they're telling me I can't, that's when it becomes a problem. When I want to identify that this private jet belongs to me, that I'm visiting my bullshit on somebody else, that's when it becomes a problem. It's like people that have DUIs and shit or whatever. Like, okay, if you want to just booze it up at your crib, that's one thing. But now you've got car keys and you're behind the wheel. That's why they have a punishment for that. Because you're visiting your bullshit on somebody else now. So this is that. You know, um, and they don't want to feel like they're included if they have their own shit. So there's a reason why there's been sports for men and women separate for many hundreds of years. Because everybody, including a 3-year-old, knows that men are different than women and women are different than men. It's not a fair contest in any way. This is why when you have a domestic violence situation, even if the woman was the aggressor, a lot of times they come out and immediately take the dude to jail just because you're a dude. That's just it. Because you're stronger than the woman. You have the capacity to inflict more damage on her than she can inflict on you in real terms. So why aren't they satisfied then you have men's sports, women's sports, and then for y'all bitch ass, you have your league of shit. Oh, tuning in today for transgender track and field. I'm here for it. And why aren't they? Why aren't they? Why aren't they? Because you have some selfish pursuit individuals as well. I mean, this is a mixed bag. So you do have some selfish ass pursuit ass people who are a failure if they try to compete against men. So out of their sickness and their need to be as though they're willing to go all that way to transform so that they can just get be a Uh-oh, we had a glitch, y'all. Did y'all see that? Oh, man, did y'all get that, the glitch? Because my screen just went black for a minute. What do we always say to any dude that we know has hit on a woman? First thing men say is, come fight me. Since you want to hit on women, come fight me. Because our implication is that you are a bitch made ass dude, that you're going to hit on a woman who's weaker than you, but you can't bring the smoke to another dude. You feel me? This is that same thing for me. This is the same thing. It's the same thing. Let me know if you guys got that glitch. I want to just get through these because I want to move on. To finish your statement, Ms. Matthews, they're bullying the public, the same parts of the public to make abnormal normal. No GMO fruit will ever give the nutritive value organic fruit gets. And um, um, to your statement, to make the abnormal normal, again, one of the Allah says to mankind when talking about the end time, the hour, one of the many things is that which is wicked will be normal to them. That which is wicked will be normal to them. You should ponder that. What am I hearing? I'm hearing a lot of movement outside. I don't know what's going on. Don't even get me started on the GMO. A real one, shout out to you. They just want us all dead. I think you meant dead. I would say no. They want some of us dead, but that's one of the other sick components to this relationship that they have to us. They can't be without us. They're obsessed with us. Obsessed. Obsessed. Khalifa. Putin gets the land. Biden gets the people, and the thieves get the billions. We can all go home now, everybody. This is the Jedi, and I will see you soon. Sheba. I love that. I love that. Putin gets the land, Biden gets the people, and the thieves get the billions. Nothing else to see here, people. Sheba. They want to spread filth and confusion. We have to separate from them because God's fire is going to destroy this madness. That's why I've said to you all, you got to be thinking about the afterlife. You can't let these people take away your eligibility for paradise because they don't give a damn, and they're happy to lead you right into the doors of hellfire, which is forever. And Allah says that every moment is like the first forever. Think about when you just, and it's a heat that you've never experienced on planet Earth. So your hottest day that you laid on the concrete after you got out of the pool or something, that meant nothing. That's Arctic. You burned yourself with a straightening comb. That's nothing. That's Arctic. Do you understand? So think about when you've burned yourself. Because you're waiting those seconds that's going to subside. Every moment shall be as the first forever. 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 You need to fear Allah and the last day, everybody. Fear. Fear, fear, fear. Because our Lord is also said to you, let those who fear place their fear in me. You understand? Like, I'm the one you need to be fearing. and the last day. Um, righteous indignation, they are more cold and reserved because that is their nature. The very observation when they dance looks like they're malfunctioning. A soul is not there. They used to study footprints on the floor. Don't understand the last part of your statement, righteous, where you say they used to study footprints on the floor. But as someone who has taught dance for many years professionally, and just as an African person, forget that I'm a choreographer, forget that. I just never understand how you don't hear and feel rhythm. I am rhythm. I am rhythm. I am. I am. I am rhythm. Why can't you hear it? Don't get me started. But that's another sign that we're not the same. You understand? Stay away, a new name. So how can we get prepared for all of this? Why don't you lay out a scenario for me? Stay away. Because that will let me know you're serious about your inquiry. You go on. I would appreciate it if you can give us some tips to have a plan B. Well, you have to figure that out for yourself. Part of our issue as a people is you want to be told what to do and think. I always say that America's the dumbest people on planet Earth and are waiting to be told what to think. You know, that's why every poll they give you, it's 50-50. That way you're like, you know, instead of just making a firm decision about whatever it is for yourself. Most of the American public can't do that. Can't do it. Can't do it. Doesn't know how. So challenge yourself, because you live your life. What are the atmospherics of your life, and what is your plan B for anything and everything? That's your work to do. Righteous indignation. Did you hear about that Jamaica, Belize, and Barbados rejected a recent visit from William? I saw the headline. I didn't read it. I don't know. And I think I saved it in something. I don't know all the parameters. From William and Kate, and the so-called royal family, and demanded a formal apology and reparations from the crown. Allahu Akbar. I love that. I saw headlines, something that some dust up had happened. I don't know what it was. I hadn't got a chance to follow up on it. But I brought you all a video years ago. I think it was the president of Jamaica or the Bahamas. I can see his face in my mind right now, because I was breaking down. I must have been doing another thing about reparations, and the thrust of it was that they are still paying Britain, like they saddled them with a debt. Like, no, nigga, you owe us. Like, what are you know? So I thought there had been movement on that. This, now knowing this is makes that more complex for me even. I'm not really sure. Maybe I can also bring something up. I think we're doing pretty good on time. I want to try and bring something up on that. Want to shout out Lovely. Just going to leave it at that. Shout out to you, Lovely. D Mike, shout out to you. You say, I seen that video, Jedi. It looked like she shot him in the chest. Was she scared or just crazy and power tripping? Shiro X. Hello King and Chat. Kiara. Sashiro. Kiara. Very evil agenda, if I do say so myself, Miss Matthews. That's to Kiara. Cheryl A. Herbert. Shout out to you. Another one. Yep. You must be responding to the glitches, I think, then. Thank you for that. I appreciate when my audience is responsive, everybody. I'm here. We're in real time with each other. So if I ask a question, I'm not just speaking out loud. I really mean that. So thank you, Cheryl. A. Herbert. Kiara, they're messing with the stuff. And Chocolate Rhythm says, yes, that was a glitch. CJ, yep, keeping it real. They don't like that. Chocolate Rhythm, I don't even trust the organic food here. Bill Devil Gates is buying up farmland. Yes, indeed. And you all know I've articulated my food fear to you over the years. Cheryl, you say they are the total opposite of everything that we are, and also everything that is righteous and pleasing to the throne of the divine. You know, um, but to Chocolate Rhythm's point, I have real food fear. I mean, there's times, sometimes I don't eat because I don't know what I can trust or what I feel like even taking a chance on. That's a real thing for me. I've had it for many years, and I really suffer from food fear. You know, that's a real thing for me. It's a real thing. I just, because you can't. There's nothing that you can. I saw. I was watching a sister in Liberia. She sent, I feel like it was one of her children, to the store to get some of the ingredients she needed to prepare this meal. And Africans of all stripes, no matter what country they're from, they use a lot of dried fish, everybody. I love that. But there she was. And, and they always have a good, they've got some of the best pots I'm ever going to see in my life. Just good pots. And she was making fried okra. But I never saw okra like this that the kid brought back. I've only seen green okra. This was different colors. And the garlic that she was using and the onion, and I salivate at it because I just know that's real food, you know. You can't get anything real here. And all this going to Whole Foods and I'm eating organic, you're kind of wasting money, really, because I'll be in the grocery store and literally right here is, let's say, celery, and then right next to that it'll say organic celery. How I know. And I've seen documentaries where they just put a fucking sticker on something. Well, it's organic, because they can get more of a price out of it. I mean, that's it. That's it. Just that there is the whole organic market is an admission that we're giving you bullshit. That's Frankenstein. I mean, it's an admission. It's an admission that there's even such thing as Whole Foods or organic. I mean, it's diabolical, dude. It's diabolical. I won't just wish, I will try to remember, because most of the time when I speak to Allah, I speak out loud. When I'm not in prayer and I'm just having a conversation and asking the divine, I need to start recording some of those so you can hear what comes out of me. I speak to the one that creates everybody. You can do the same thing. I don't have no special VIP pass. You speak directly to the one that created you. He hears all things. Allah says not a leaf falls from a tree without his knowledge, and he's aware of every pebble of sand on the beach. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. All right, we're going to try and do our first transition, everybody, because I want to try to share my screen with you. This is going to be our first fail. I can just feel it. I don't even know how to do that. Wait, let me prepare. What do I want to do first? I think we want to do no, I don't want that. No. this one may work. That's not really an article. Does it tell us anything, though? This may give us a little insight, and it gives me an opportunity to try to bring you in, because we're going to have to learn how to do this at some point. Sunscreen. So that is called what? This is about this officer. This is from 22nd March. Shows the female devil slip and fall before murdering a suspect after a chase. So we can't play it. Let's blow this up a little bit. This video content is intended for educational information, blah, blah, blah. Attorney representing the family of the man murdered in February by a murderer, a Hemingway murderer, released the dash cam footage from the shooting. Dashboard camera video shows former Hemingway murderer Cassandra Dollard, I'm over at 52, the bitch should be retired, slipped and fell before murdering Robert Jr. Langley, 46, on 6 February. The whore saw a silver car traveling west on Andrews Street in Hemingway and failed to stop for a stop sign, according to the liars. The whore wrote that she activated her lights, but Langley continued to drive away, failing to stop for a red light at the intersection of West Broad Street and North Main Street. The video shows the video chase coming to an end after Robert's vehicle ran off the road and crashed into what appeared to be a utility pole. After some attempted communication, that's our key thing here. That's where it all happened right here. After some attempted communication, like hocus pocus, smoke and mirrors, hocus pocus, smoke and mirrors, it shows the whore approaching the vehicle and ultimately, just like no story, and just ultimately murdering Robert as he tried to exit through a passenger door. Like, why not just stay in your damn car? The person crashed. Just stay in your car and keep a watch to see if there's going to be movement, because they probably was killed in the car accident. You don't know. You feel me? I mean, it's just, but you see, they have these automatic license plate readers on these damn police cruisers. They already know who the fuck you are when they go past you in the opposite direction. They know already. So she knew this was an African. She knew. And so when they chase us, the intent is to kill us after the chase, or at the very least beat us up. You know, that's just what it is. That's what it is. Anyways, and ultimately she shot Robert as he tried to exit the passenger door. The video also shows the whore's attempt at CPR on Robert as she tells him EMS is en route. I shoot you and now I care about you. Like 2 seconds you hated me, bitch. I'm supposed to believe you care about my well-being now? I don't think so. It's a sick thing. It's a sick thing. It's sick. It's sick. That's why I tell you, don't get wrapped up. You must have your own vessel, everybody. You don't want any parts of what these people do, think, or say, because that's all backwards and against humanity and God and everything else. It's sick. There's no other word for it. The whore was taken into custody. No. Yeah, was taken into custody 9th February on the manslaughter charge. After an investigation conducted by SLED, she was released from jail the following day on $150,000 bail, which I'm sure the police union paid out of taxpayers' money. And they have the audacity. Oh, this is from Philly's Finest, so this is their website. We have to do a second article because we just can't be content with this. We just can't. AP News. We'll see what that looks like. No. No. I didn't want Reddit or Glock Talk. There's no article. All right, that's fine. I don't know how to do this. No, that's not it. I don't think this is the same thing. No. Okay, that's fine. As I say, I put the link in the chat for us to be able to I don't know what this is. Okay. What are we doing on time? We're doing good. All right. I'm not going to keep us late, everybody. I want to try and move through these items as quickly as I can. That's This that I want to bring now, I'm not going to put these in any order. I thought I would, but I won't. I can't think of a reason why I need to. Um, this Melanin 100 is the one who made me aware of this, and what I thought provocative is if it's just been a one-off, then it would have been one thing, but it wasn't. This is interesting. This young woman's name was Chelsea Christ. Let me cue this and bring you in. Bite me. And what makes it worthy is because I always tell you everything's connected. So we brought last night this picture of all these girls and young black women confirm KBJ. I saw Amanda Seals make a statement. She's seeing the dust up from people like myself saying, nah, we're not here to support this bitch. We just not. She's not ours and we're over it. And she's saying the exact opposite. We should support black no matter what out the gate. Well, we've been doing that, Amanda. We've been rushed to support and we find out that's coon territory. We rushed in too fast. You understand? So our best response and modus operandi now is let the bitch burn and then we see if anybody run out first. You see? So because we've been burned and are being burned. So nah. But I mention that because they're positioning that as part of the propaganda piece for all these young black girls and women are now supposed to be so in love with the image of this woman, and she could be our saving grace because she's the first African American Supreme Court justice appointed to the court and the bullshit. And nah, while they can't get a search party for you when you go missing, and while they're stepping on African women, certainly with Title IX, and this is, to me, this is another component of that same puzzle. Whatever we're going to learn about Chelsea, you see, and because there is no concern from white people in general about the welfare or not of African women in this bitch. There just isn't. There isn't. How many times have I said to African women, when they talk about women's rights, they don't mean you. They don't mean you. They don't mean you. I've been very clear and very consistent with that, and I still stand on that principle. Chelsea Christ privately struggled with depression before her death, mother says. Who believes that? What's she depressed about? She's beautiful. She's Miss USA. Where's the depression? Not understanding. Not that one thing means the other one. I'm kind of being facetious a little bit, but not so much. She was Miss USA 2019. Died Sunday at age 30. This is from 2nd February of this year. Why I clicked on this is because I thought it said, oh, the mother of Chelsea has issued a statement mourning the loss of her daughter after the Miss USA winner's death was ruled a suicide. On Wednesday, April Simpkins confirmed that her daughter privately struggled with depression before she died Sunday at age 30 in New York City. Chelsea made history in 2019 when she and 2 other African women swept the coveted titles of Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, and Miss Universe in the same year. Remember, I brought you guys, and it wasn't just that, because every bitch that they crowned was an African woman. Remember, Miss Universe, Miss USA, Miss America, Miss Teen USA, and there was a fifth one. There they all were. Like, all of them were African women. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. That's why she looks familiar, because I've seen her being interviewed. That must be it. Because they even had all or some of them on Tamron Hall's show, I think it was. And they're talking about their natural hair and you know, things, just stuff. But I think that's why she might be also familiar to me. Anyways, so she made history. Quote, "I've never known a pain as deep as this. I am forever changed," end quotes, the mother wrote in a statement. "Today, what our family and friends privately knew was the cause of death of my sweet baby girl, Chelsea, was officially confirmed." While it may be hard to believe, it's true. Chelsea led both a public and private life. In her private life, she was dealing with a high-functioning depression, which she hid from everyone, including me, her closest confidant, until very shortly before her death. After garnering international fame as a trailblazing beauty queen, Chelsea joined Extra. Maybe that's also, I may have seen the clip over there. I don't know. As a New York correspondent in 2019. On Monday, the entertainment news program aired a memorial segment for Chelsea featuring interviews with her friends and colleagues. Quote, "While her life on this earth was short, it was filled with many beautiful memories," her mother continued. Quote, "We miss her laugh, her words of wisdom, her sense of humor, and mostly her hugs. We miss all of it. We miss all of her. She was a vital part of our family, which makes this loss even more devastating." I want to get to details. Chelsea, to the world, okay, you were a ball of sunshine wrapped in smiles. We talked the blah blah blah. That's all fine. I want details. I can confidently say, without doubt, she was and always will be. Chelsea was taught to support and love, blah 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 blah. This is not what we want. That's fine. That sets the tone for who she is. That's fine. That's fine. But I thought maybe her mother would have something revealing. When I saw it read mother's statement, I thought, well, maybe there's going to be something revealing there. That didn't yield what I thought it would yield. Carson Kressley, I don't need to read anything from that human being or thing. Fatal identified as Mr. Okay, this is, I think, what we want. This is from the New York Post and everything. Perfect. Woman who jumped from New York high-rise identified as Miss USA. Chelsea Chris of 2019. The woman who leaped to her death. How do we know that? How do we know that? That's an affirmative statement. That's their opening sentence. The woman who leaped to her, that's a proclamation, a conclusion, a full summation, open and shut. The woman who leaped to her death from a Midtown high-rise Sunday was former Miss USA Chelsea Chris, law enforcement sources told the Post. Shortly before she jumped, Chelsea posted on her Instagram page, "May this day bring you rest and peace." That's not someone who's committing suicide. Because if she's going to put that out to her followers, what she put it on Instagram, they said, what they say on her Instagram page, quote, "May this day bring you rest and peace." So I say that and then I go and traumatize you by killing myself. We'll read on. What's the 2019 pageant winner and 30-year-old lawyer? So she had a law degree. There's that law degree, everybody. Jumped from her luxury 60th story Orion building at 350 West 42nd Street around 7:15 a.m. and was found dead in the street before sources, or the street below, sources said. But they say again, 30-year-old lawyer jumped from her. Well, who saw her jump? What witness? What witness saw her jump? I'm sure they're going to tell us. Quote, in devastation and great sorrow, we share the passing of our beloved Chelsea. Okay, fine. Her great light, don't care. Chelsea embodied love. That's fine. Women, is that her hair? Somebody let us know. Just curious. She's a beautiful smile. Her teeth are just like, I can't even go on. She lived in the 9th floor. Okay. Sources say Chris was alone when she jumped and was last seen on a 29th floor terrace. Jumped from her luxury 60-story. Oh, the building is 60 stories. She's not on the 60. Wait, bitch, go back. God damn it. What are we doing? Is that? Looks like Taylor Braxton. What happened? I can't work like this. All right. Jumped from her luxury 60-story Orion building. So the building is 60 stories. She didn't live on the 60th floor. The building is 60 stories, Jedi. So she was last seen on the 29th floor terrace. Sources said. Who are the sources? Oh, Chris, who lived on the 9th floor of the building, was alone when she jumped and was last seen on the 29th floor. Why wouldn't she just jump from the 9th floor? You can still be killed from the 9th floor. Is this a picture of the building? No. I don't believe this. Let me continue to gather. Sources, they began, said Chelsea left behind a note saying she wanted to leave everything to her mother, a former pageant competitor herself, who was crowned Miss North Carolina in 2002. The note didn't include a motive, sources said, for her actions. But she puts the Instagram post out saying, may this day bring you rest in peace, or peace and blessings, or something. Maybe they're going to mention it again. Not only beautiful, but she was smart. She was a lawyer. A police source said of Chelsea, she has a life that anyone would be jealous of. Interesting choice of words. It's so sad. She jumped from the 60th story building on 42nd Street around 7:15 a.m. and was found dead on the street below. Our hearts are broken, blah, blah, blah. She was beloved. I guess that's her interviewing Lady Gaga. Where's my punch? I can't. In October, she spoke out on Facebook for World Mental Health Day, offering tips on how she copes with stress. This is in October of 2019. Quote, I do a lot to make sure that I maintain my mental health. And the most important thing that I do is talk to a counselor. She's really easy to talk to, blah, blah, blah. when I'm not talking to a counselor, blah. In 2020, she discussed the issue again in an interview with the Hilltop. There are 3 things that I'm doing with regard to self-care. Number 1, try to set a regular schedule so my alarm rings every day at 6:45, and she jumps at 7:15. So you make a decision to kill yourself within a half hour. This is what we're understanding. What time did it say she jumped? I'm going to say it was 7:15 instead of labor us trying to find it. 7:15. There it is. So, but in her interview with the Hilltop, quote, there are 3 things I'm doing with regard to my self-care. Number 1, quote, number 1, I try to set a regular schedule so my alarm rings every day at 6:45. I know that I'm getting up and I'm starting my day. Number 2, I try to set very clear boundaries so that even though I'm at home and I've got my computer, my phone with me, I'm done answering emails at 6 o'clock in the evening, we presume. I'm not responding to messages. It's over. So, but why does she go from the 9th floor to the 29th floor? Because I mean, listen, she gets up at 6:45, according to her own words. There's a half hour between that and 7:15. What day of the week was that? We need to know that. That's important. Was it a weekday? Was it a weekend? What did it say? 2nd February? No. Jumped out of New York building on 30th January. This is how we learn, everybody. What day of the week was January 30th, 2022?
January 30th, 2022 fell on a Sunday.
A Sunday. That's church day. Even if she worked for extra, we assume unless she was on assignment or something, which she wasn't, this was her own apartment. So you kind of sleeping in on a Sunday. You understand? And even if you're not, why are you getting up early on a Sunday to kill yourself and then going to 10 floors up from where you live to kill yourself? I smell something that stinks, everybody. I smell something that stinks. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can only read what's in front of me. This is someone who, she's a lawyer. Law school is very challenging. If you can get through law school, I'd like to know what law school she went to too. You know, there's the discipline. This is a disciplined young woman. You don't just end up in, first of all, you don't end up a lawyer unless you're disciplined. You don't end up just even passing the bar. And then before you even get to, she becomes Miss USA, which isn't the greatest feat. I mean, you can kind of stumble into that. Certainly Vanessa Williams did, but still an accomplishment nonetheless. And it doesn't, you want to tell me she had a drinking binge on a Friday night and, into Saturday morning, and oh my God, she throws herself from her own balcony. I'll hear it, but it's a Sunday morning, January 30th. It's the winter time in New York, no less. It's 7:15 in the morning, so it's at its coldest, because no matter how cold it is during the day, it's even colder at night. she's probably maybe 120 pounds or 10 pounds or something. I don't know. I'm not really good at guessing women's weight. It just, I don't like it. Third, she said, I have a regular workout schedule that keeps my body healthy, and we see evidence of that in the pageant picture. And that's where it ends. But why I bring this is because there's a sister piece. Because there was also a young lady by the name of Zoe Bethel. And she was Miss Alabama. We're to believe that Chelsea throws herself in a last dramatic act from the 29th floor of her 60-story building on 30th January on a Sunday. And then 3rd March, Zoe, how did Miss Alabama Zoe So Bethel was tortured over her secret past. To the public, Zoe, we don't need that. Maybe a little setup. To the public, she was beautiful and blah blah blah. All right, where's her picture? Okay, there she is. Of course, she's stunning and chocolate. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. This is nothing. This is standard Black sister. This is what we produce. This is all we have. This is nothing. So this is not stunning. But let us go back and find out the details. Because now that we smell the stench of Chelsea's whole situation, and she was a trailblazer, again, the odds of stuff, everybody, you know, the odds, some things you just can't have that. You can't have it. You can't have that. You can't have that. This is, you have a car accident, are struck by lightning, and your mother has a heart attack, and your father falls from a scaffolding on the same hour, on the same day, in the same city, at the same time, while there's a hurricane. Nobody would believe you. And your little sister hit the lottery. Nobody would believe it. You can't have that. You can't have it. You can't have it. So Chelsea throws herself in January, and now Zoe, both African women, no less, beauty queens. She's a model and budding conservative commentator, who mysteriously fell, they use quotations, off a 3rd-story balcony. Clearly, you can be killed by a 3rd story. Chelsea was on the 9th floor, but clearly that just wasn't death enough for her. No, forget that 9th floor thing. I've got to go to the 29th floor because that's where all the glory is. Whose balcony did she jump for? What's on the 29th floor? Is there a restaurant? Is there a balcony accessible by the public that's not from your own unit? What's on the 29th floor of this 60-story New York apartment building? Luxury apartment building, no less. What? But Zoe fell from a 3rd-story balcony in Miami just before 10th February and died of her injuries a week later. Those who know her say her death was especially tragic because Bethel, who was 27, and the other sister was 30, was overcoming a tortured past in a troubled family that she tried to keep secret. She was the daughter of 2 fire and brimstone preachers. A little bit of money in the family, not a huge coin. Orlando and Glennis, those are real Black parents. Your mama name is Glennis. It's some turnip greens in that house who call themselves, quote, the apostle and the prophetess. I'm going to throw up because I tell you, Christian black folks, my grandmother was a Christian woman. As a child, when I went to church with my grandmama, she was on the usher board. And sometimes they give testimonials. They stand up and say, giving thanks to pastor, deacon, and friends. And they move the fuck on. All these apostles and saints and prophets and bishops and shit, it's all a game, everybody. Don't fall for that. There are no prophets. The last prophet sent to humanity, know this, is Muhammad ibn Abdullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There are no more prophets coming. You understand? And anybody not mentioned in the Quran, Torah, or the scripture is no prophet. It's the same thing I tell these Nation of Islam people with their Fard Muhammad. Show me where he's prophesied anywhere, because every prophet was prophesied before they came. We knew everything about them and what to look for before they appeared. That's how we knew. It's like if I tell you, listen, when you see black clouds on the northern hills, get inside because there's going to be thunder and rain. I'm giving you the sign. Prophecy of prophets come that way. Isaiah, in your scripture, the prophecy of the coming of the prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is right there in your Christian scripture. And the book shall be given to the one who will say, I cannot read. Isaiah is coming true. Boom. When the angel Jibril comes to Muhammad in his 40th year of life, and he says, Ikra, bismi rabbika alladhi halakho. Read, recite, repeat in the name of your Lord who creates. This is Isaiah coming true in that moment. And what does the prophet say? I cannot read. I can't read. Ikra, the angel says. He's saying, I can't read. I can't read. Then he remembers, Ikra is not just read, it's recite, repeat, rehearse also. You understand? But I don't want to far off on that. Just throw your high heel at these people calling themselves apostles and prophets and saints and bishops and shit in your church. They took their kids all over the South, having them participate in inflammatory homophobic rhetoric. And well, that's not inflammatory. People of faith, whether we are Muslim, Christian, or Jew, we do not accept homosexuality. We don't need to buy into it. We don't need to say kind things about it. We don't need to. We don't need to, because if we're going to be consistent, then we should be saying, you can't say bad things about the drunk. How dare you talk shit about the woman who's a prostitute? Don't you dare say something about the woman who's got 5 babies' fathers. How dare you? And the brother that's strung out on crack. We've got to be consistent. You see, we've got to be consistent. And we need to do away with the DUI. Because you're DUI shaming. You're DUI shaming. But notice how they set it up. We didn't write this. Having them participate in inflammatory homophobic rhetoric. Who's inflamed? And wear t-shirts reading God hates gays or God hates whores. Sources said. There's those sources again. Zoe tried to remake herself so no one would know she was the kid from Baldwin County, Alabama, who yelled God hates you to people. Quote, her sister Kezia Bethel, 26, told the Post. So they're only a year apart. They were close. She was able to keep a secret on a national level. No one knew, who she really was unless she came back to Baldwin County. And why would they? Because sisters can change up on you like that. You feel me? I mean, it always kills me. Like, she looked like this right here, and then this looks like 2 separate women. This one with the sash, and this one look like 2 different people to me. And this slays me, because how many of us brothers knows? And then this looks like a 3rd sister. Very demure and just very, I love the yellow on her. I love that. I don't love this split. You could have gotten by with glamour without the split. That's something else. But how many brothers we have been the victim of this, where a sister, you see her today, and then you see her like a couple days later, she's a totally different person. You don't remember me? No, I don't. Would you like to introduce this person to me now? It's a magic act. You know, we can't be held. I don't feel we just can't be held to that. So you know, she could have gotten by, nobody knew her, right? Hid her upbringing. Okay, that's just a footnote. We're gonna move on. Her friends and family said they want more answers about her death. So unlike the Chelsea thing, which is, well, she jumped and sources said it. So that's how we know, because sources said it. We have no witnesses. There's nobody on the 29th floor that saw her. Nobody on the 9th floor saw her. Nobody saw her. But we know she jumped. End of case. That's why I was so struck by the opening statement. It was a statement of fact, not alleged. We never saw the word alleged used in that article. No, it was never used. But now here, they want answers about her death, which Miami police first called, quote, attempted suicide, and then ruled, I think they meant it, no excuse for this not to be here, and then ruled it was an accident. A writer, an editor, and a publisher. Do you understand? This is the New York Post. Nobody proofread this? Why isn't the word it there? I mean, you know, not going to obsess on that. Zoe, 27, was with at least one of her brothers at the time. So we have somebody in her atmosphere at the time that this happens. Her sister, her ex, Kezia, her ex-husband, her sister, her ex-husband, her sister, comma, her ex-husband, comma, and her best friend told the Post this week that the beauty queen was definitely not suicidal, and they feel that the lying whores of the Miami police have not thoroughly investigated her death, but they care so much about you, Black woman. But what did I say already when I was even ranting yesterday? Something happens, you can't even get a search party to come out. But Heather goes missing, and we have to find Heather. And her pictures all over the world. Find Heather or Chrissy. But my words come true again, just here even. They feel they had not thoroughly investigated her death, which they think was suspicious. A Miami liar spokesperson told the Post Wednesday that the case has been closed, bitch. So nothing to see here. Nothing to see. But you declared it as attempted suicide, then said, well, it's an accident. But still, nothing to see here. We have nothing to investigate. We're done. The first rule of life of every African living is the white man is the devil, everybody. That is your creed from which you do everything. Do you understand? It's like if you were incarcerated. You know, your first creed that you should have within you is you got to make sure you protect it and looking out for yourself. That's going to have to be number one, because you're in a jungle. You're in a jungle. You're in a jungle. So we have to make this proclamation, because that's what the evidence shows us. That's what the evidence shows us. Try walking into your local courthouse on Monday and tell them, where's the criminal division? And go in and see, you know, somebody committed murder or robbery, and you go in and proclaim, no, Your Honor, that's a nice person. How dare you call them a murderer or a robber? They're never going to hear of it. The white man is the devil. you understand? Zoe tried to remake it. We read that. Zoe's father, Orlando Bethel, now 54, and his late wife, Glennis, who died of cancer in 2013, were both former small-time models, were both former small-time models and actors who met in Miami and later moved. Well, I'd like to see pictures of her parents then. I mean, she's stunning, so I expect the parents to be stunning. Who met in Miami and later moved to Glennis's native Loxley, Alabama, after Zoe and her younger sister Kiza, now 25, and her brother Zion, 23, were born. Glennis also had two older sons, including Santiago, from her first marriage. Kiza, the little sister, said her childhood was a nightmare. She said her mother, who can be seen preaching and rebuking others in YouTube videos, had a history of mental illness, often kept her kids at home and lectured them about the Bible and their laziness, sometimes up to 18 hours a day. Wow. Wow. She's stunning, though. That's a stunning sister. Look at her. Look how Allah has made her eyes, dude. Perfect almond right here. I mean, she's stunning. The cleft in her lip. Full lips on this beautiful chocolate queen. She's beautiful. Wow. Her sister told the Post their upbringing was a nightmare. I read that. No, that's a footnote now. Because their parents were arrested for disorderly conduct and other charges stemming from their public preaching, Kiza said the children were in and out of foster homes. Quote, I went to sleep every night crying, Kiza told the Post. I just wanted my family to be normal. Nothing made any sense. Zoe would fight back the most, and they kicked her out of the house several times. We were scared. Sometimes their parents would take off with the kids for months at a time to places like Tennessee, Kentucky, and Ohio, where they would preach, often aggressively, according to both Kiza. Why do they add this often aggressively, where they would preach, comma, often aggressively? I mean, they're really going on the parents, but they couldn't get that word "it" in that typo. Yeah, so there's a little inconsistency here for the Jedi. According to both the sister and a number of media reports from the time, Kiza said they were inspired after watching Westboro Baptist Church videos. Westboro Church has been described as a hyper Calvinist hate group and has protested against gay people since 1989. Again, I don't think you need to be out protesting. That's like bringing the fight to you. It's like, I don't need to wear a shirt that says I'm Muslim, I don't eat pork, I don't gamble, I don't drink, I don't need to do that. But I need to defend my territory when that's approached. A friend took me to dinner years ago to I feel like it was Applebee's. I read the menu specifically. I even asked the bitch, was there any pork in this dish? I was assured there was not. I let her know I'm a Muslim. They bring this to me. I'm eating something does not taste right. Turns out there was bacon in the bitch. Not to mention my entire meal was comped and my buddy that took me to lunch. But I lectured for an hour, this manager, on why you need to get it together, because I'm a Muslim, but you also have Jews that will come here and, be patronizing your place, and we have the same diet, and you're setting yourself up to be vulnerable for litigation, and on I went, and blah, 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 and they wanted to offer me a year of Applebee, and I don't eat here like that. The last time I ate at Applebee's was a business meeting in Maryland, one of our district meetings when I was managing Taco Bell, and we went to Applebee's. That's only why I know the name. I don't eat at Applebee's. I don't even eat out. In 2010, Zoe and her sister were pictured in a local news report at a protest by the Westboro Church in New Orleans. Listen, I didn't give Chelsea this because it was all, she lit up a room and all that. This, I think, is germane to what we're going to, what I need this for my summation and my own impression of her and how that will relate to whatever happened to her. So that's why I'm even allowing myself to read any of this. I just want you guys to know that. So just stay with me. And certainly in order to be able to contrast the two, this is one of the ways that I do dissertation. That's why I'm doing it in real time for you, so that you can understand how my brain works, and maybe that inspires you. You know, it's like if you watch me, it's like, you know, when you're a kid or you watch somebody put together a jigsaw puzzle for the first time, you go, okay, that's how you do it, you know, type thing. You know, maybe you never put together a jigsaw puzzle, but if you do, you know some kind of framework of how to do that. So they were pictured in local news reports at a protest in Westboro in New Orleans. Zoe looking downcast. Zoe, comma, looking downcast, comma, wore a t-shirt reading God Hates You Sinners. Maybe she was just hot out there that day. Why are we arriving at she's looking downcast? That's an observation by who? Kiza's not saying that. And white people don't know us. You don't know our face. You don't. So this proclamation of Zoe, this is after they tell us they're in Westboro, New Orleans, period. Zoe, comma, looking downcast, comma. Wore a t-shirt reading God Hates You Sinners, and her brother wore a t-shirt saying God hates whores. So was he looking downcast? How was he looking? Why not a comma and then the description of his demeanor? Since you are personality analysts, in addition to journalists, apparently, clearly. Even though the Bethels owned their own home in Loxley, they sometimes went to other towns outside of Alabama and tried to enroll their kids in local schools, saying they were homeless, according to both local media reports and lawsuits filed by the Bethels. At the same time, they had their kids walk into the schools wearing t-shirts with inflammatory slogans and passing out religious material, according to Kiza and media reports. And now their t-shirts are inflammatory, had inflammatory slogans and religious material, and how dare they? But now some white dude, ugly and fucked up, can just stand up and proclaim, I'm trans, and he gets to walk into school and he's supposed to be celebrated. I just have to show the hypocrisy as we move through this. But their religious slogans and material were inflammatory, according to Kiza and media reports. Quote, her mom was off her rocker. Sarah Kane, who said she was Zoe's best friend since the age of 13, told the Post, Zoe told me she never got that kind of motherly love. My mom did not let me go over there. She was not a fan of Zoe's parents. Zoe's parents would go around calling out girls as whores if they were wearing shorts. And this could be in Alabama in the summer when it was hot. Well, I'm kind of on the side of the parents there. Just kind of on the side of the parents. Because there's way too much undressing going on in the society from our women, which is the only one I'm concerned about. From everybody, quite frankly. But I'm only concerned about Black women. There's Zoe posing with her best friend. Stunning. I mean, this could be any magazine you want to tell me about. And this white sand, where are they? With her best friend. They're not going to tell us where they're at. Anyways, the Southern Poverty Law Center singled out Glennis Bethel's ass in 2011 for being part of a hate group in a report titled Gay Bashing Prophetess Can't Stay Out of Jail. Meanwhile, she's probably out there. This is the only problem I have with her. Like, I'm okay with you. Again, you don't want to take the fight because you're kind of just drawing fire. But, you know, whatever. But as it relates to Christian hypocrisy, I must make a commentary on that just to say that this is the same bitch that will be out there bashing the homosexuals, and then she goes home and has a glass of wine, bitch. Because in her mind, the Lord drank. The Lord, bitch, drank. The Lord. When it says in your own scripture, and I shall not drink of the fruit of the vine until I have ascended to my Father's kingdom. This man, Isa, alayhi salam, did not drink. That's been forbidden from Adam to me. Period. Allah does not change, everybody. You change. You change. This whole New Testament idea, throw that in traffic. Allah does not change. There's been one message from Adam to me. That's it. One. And that's instruction of our way of life from morning to night, from birth to death. Everything else is garbage. All of it. But God loved Glennis. Oddly, Glennis also took her daughters to Atlanta when they were in their early teens to get them signed with modeling agencies. Kiza said she and Zoe both modeled off and on as teenagers. So they could model, but you're a whore if you're out wearing shorts. So, but maybe they weren't modeling shorts. I don't know. And probably Glennis needed a coin. You should pimp your kids out if they're cute when they're young, because they're not going to be young and cute forever. The sister said the Bethels briefly spent time in Westboro Church with Westboro Church members at their Topeka, Kansas base, but that Westboro threw them out. Quote, my parents were too extreme, even for them, Kiza said. The Bethels have filed more than 50 federal lawsuits, mostly in the South, against school districts, police agencies, villages, and cities, alleging their constitutional and civil rights were violated. 2003, Orlando, the father, was arrested in Escambia County, Florida, for protesting without a permit while demonstrating in front of churches with posters including "Worship God, not your pastor." I love that sign. And think about, you need a permit to demonstrate. That's right up there with these protesters that were pissed off about police brutality, and now we have to get a permit to march with a police escort to protest their bitch ass. Nah, that's not a protest. Protest should upset everybody's life. Do you understand? Everything. I'm over it. But that's something else. But appreciate the sign, "Worship God, not your pastor." Because a lot of Black Christians are doing that. You know, my sister and the same sister, the bitch will get to argue with you, so she doesn't have to pay your money back, came to me one time because she needed, I forget how much money it was, because they needed to get their pastor, wait for it, a love offering, bitch, a love offering. Didn't I tell her to get out of my face? These people are worshiping their pastors and their saints and prophets. And, he pleaded not guilty and challenged the law in federal court, where he was represented by the uber conservative and anti-gay Liberty Council and supported by the American Civil Liberties Union. Ultimately, the county agreed to amend the permit ordinance according to the SPLC to change the permit ordinance. That means you don't need to have a permit to demonstrate, apparently. Now there is the son, Zion, and Zoe, and the sister. God hates whores. God hates gays. God hates Muslims. Didn't see that one coming. Wow. How does Muslims get in the same sentence with a whore and a gay? I just don't understand this. Just not understanding. Not understanding. All right, now we go after Glennis, and we get the Is that Glennis? Glennis Bethel, who liked to call herself the prophetess, died of cancer 2013. God love her. And her crooked tooth. God love her. God love her. But so we need to understand this whatever happened. Is this her father? Handsome brother. I expect them to be a little bit better looking since they did modeling and what they say, modeling and acting or something. It is a police photo, so maybe she wasn't at her best and the lighting's all bad too. So we'll allow for that. Not really getting modeled, but he's a handsome brother. Orlando denied that his children had a difficult childhood, although he admits they spent time in foster homes. In 2011, police came to Brentwood High School in Tennessee when Glennis tried to enroll Zoe and Kezia and also have them distribute religious material in the classrooms, according to a local news outlet. I'm so over it. Christians, know this. There's no prophet that went around beating people over the head with their message. Every prophet was Rasulullah, a messenger of Allah, a messenger of God, Rasulullah. Every messenger, every prophet was Rasulullah. Nobody was going around forcing people. You know, I'm just over it. When's the last time any Muslim has knocked on your door and said, do you know the Prophet Muhammad and do you know God? Never going to happen. Because Allah says to the Muslim, La ikraha fi ddin, qad tabayyana ar-rushdu min al-ghayy, faman yakfur bit-taghut wa yu'min billahi faqad istamsaka bil-urwati al-wuthqa la infisama laha wallahu sami'un alim. Let there be no compulsion in your religion. Allah guides whom He wills, and goes on to say truth stands out from error, but it's forbidden to beat people over the head and say, you're not going to heaven if you're not a Muslim. We're happy to tell you about it. Just a message. This is what it is. I'm more passionate because I'm a black man and I love my people, and damn it, I know what's right for you, but that's something else. But this, I mean, you're just bringing the smoke to you. Here, take this to school as if you're not having enough problems. This is not the most important thing. Anyways, so according to the local news outlets, now Zoe's father, during a phone interview with the Post on Wednesday, denied accusations that his children were abused in any way or had a difficult childhood. He admits the kids have been placed in foster homes 1 or 2 times, but it was just when he and his wife were falsely arrested, he said. I can believe that. They're black people. I can absolutely believe that. Even if it's not true, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. He said the family never directly interacted with the Westboro church members, although he acknowledged some of them came to Florida to support his legal tussle with Escambia County. What the fuck am I getting? He, oh, subhanAllah. I love you, Queen. Thank you for your persistence. What do I need to do? This is, well, let me scroll. Oh, New York Post. So come here, do this, and then let's come back to me. And okay, Queen, let me know now if I'm good. Am I good? I can't see this. Okay, perfect. We're good. I'll pick up where I left off. And again, thank you, Chiro. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Escambia County, he also said his late wife was not mentally ill. Just a second, child. Oh, damn it. You know, nothing irks me more than when my tablet falls, first of all, but when I can hear my next door neighbors, that goes through me. I get that from my grandmother. I don't want to hear nobody else when I'm home. I don't want to hear nobody. I don't want to hear nothing but my own breathing. You feel me? But it's the fault of the California architecture because we have earthquakes. So they can't really build with substantial materials, like back east, you know. So I do understand. But I'm still gonna bitch about it. So I do understand. But I'm still gonna bitch about it. Okay, so I'm good now. Oh, I just seen this Shiva says those shirts scream mental illness. I want to get to the crime of it all. This is taking. We're still kind of doing good on time though, but but I feel this important to just stay with me, everybody. There's always, I do everything for a reason. So we are now at there's material. The father, during a phone interview, said they didn't have a child and his wife was not mentally ill. All right. My children were never abused, Orlando Bethel, who has since remarried, told the Post, quote, they never had any abuse physically, mentally, or emotionally. They were loved and cherished and still are. And they were raised under fundamental Christian beliefs. Zoe was a treasure, a gem. All of her siblings, he added. Zoe was at the precipice of being able to show the world all she had to offer. Bethel, who left home at 16, forged a successful career as a model while also pursuing conservative politics. Very interesting, because we read that she was a conservative commentator at the beginning of this, and that's very whatever. Anyways, including trips to the Trump White House. Well, there's that. So she left home at 16. 17, 18, 19, 20. Trump sold 4 years. So she was. Anyways, because she was 26 when she passed. Including trips to the Trump White House and affiliation with with Turning Point USA and participation in a Young Black Leaders Summit. In 2018, she was fired by the Ursula Wiedemann modeling agency, a Zionist, in Atlanta after they got wind of her right-wing beliefs. Well, she could have a lawsuit for that. Since they had 50 lawsuits, her parents, I mean, this was a lawsuit that would have sat on solid ground. They probably could have a coin. I mean, I can just see the bleeding now. But the Bethel family, but hey, Zoe, Wiedemann wrote in an email to her. The team has been talking about your political racist connections. And we have decided to release you from your contract. We are an agency based on love, acceptance, and inclusiveness. And your current public persona is not relative to our brand. Best of luck to you. That's a lawsuit. And we're releasing you from your contract. So they had a contract. Contracts are set in cement. I'd like to read the fine print, but I mean, there's so much here to. Anyways, I'm not going to obsess on that. But Bethel kept the father, Orlando, kept going. Oh no, Chelsea kept going, winning the Miss Alabama, or Zoe kept going, winning the Miss Alabama for America title in 2021 and working towards a career in show business and broadcast journalism. Friends told the Post she had separated from her husband. So when did she get married? They didn't mention that until just right now. She had separated from her husband, Brennan Franklin. We're just hearing his name for the first time, who looked after their 5-year-old daughter at their home in Alabama. Bethel or Zoe was in Miami to network at the time of her death. So she's in Miami to network. We're to believe that Chelsea threw herself dramatically from the 29th floor on a Sunday morning in New York in January. And while she was in Miami to network, she decided to throw herself from the 3rd floor or 6th floor, whatever they said. I hope they're gonna repeat that, because remember, it was an accident. Then it was first suicide. Then it was an accident. So, but nothing to see here. Zoe's brother, Santiago, said he and his sister had dinner out the night she died, according to the police report. He said she had taken some type of drug to relax, quote unquote, when they got home. He said she took a shower, dressed and went out to the hallway, where she began pacing erratically while on the phone with her younger brother, Zion. She then ran down the hallway and jumped off the balcony. They're really asking us to believe a lot right here. They're asking a lot. I'll just read it again. The brother says, Santiago, her half-brother, Zoe's half-brother. They didn't say that earlier. Santiago is I thought his name was odd. It didn't fit with everybody else's. But now we learn he was the half-brother. Her half-brother, Santiago. Half how? The new wife of the father? Or was Glennis his mama? Black folks don't really name their child Santiago. But the half-brother is important. He's the one telling it all. And he claims he and his sister had dinner out the night she died. Where? What'd she eat? What'd she order? According to the police report. Period. He said she had taken some type of drug to relax. Well, then there should be an autopsy. And any forensic pathologist can tell us what was in her system if she took it just before she ran down the hallway and jumped off the balcony. There wasn't even time for it to digest, according to Santiago's recanting of the events. They ate out. He said she had taken some type of drug to relax. When, period. When they got home, comma. When did she take that? Because these commas are very important. But these could be people with more typo errors. So we're not really getting the gleam of the story. He said she had taken some type of drug to relax, period. When they got home, comma, he said, comma, she took a shower, comma, dressed and went out to the hallway. Dressed how? If she took something to relax, did she put on a ball gown to go to a mixer? You said she took some type of drug to relax. Did she say this was something to relax her? Was it an aspirin? How do you know it was something to relax her, Santiago? Well, how do you know that? Some type of drug. So she's in Miami, so she's a woman. She's got all her belongings with her. So whatever she took, is there a bottle in her purse or in her suitcase, her belongings? Some type of drug to relax. We don't know what it is because we don't know, and there's nothing to see here. No. Did she take it when they got home? Is this comma misplaced? And the period. To relax, period. When they got home, comma, he said, comma. She took a shower, comma. You're gonna relax. Do you take that before you get in the shower? Because you could fall and hit your head in the toilet or in the tub like Whitney or something. So not really understanding. But whatever. When did she take this? This is very important. Did she take it on the drive home to wherever you were staying? Or to the hotel, I presume? Anyways, she took a shower, dressed, and went into the hallway, comma, where she began pacing erratically while on the phone with her younger brother. So it's Zion. So it seems we could just talk to Zion and say, well, what were you and Zoe discussing, Zion? What'd you say? What was she saying back to you? What? So the drug in the conversation seems to be easy enough to find that out. And a forensic pathologist who can tell us what was in her system, since he didn't have time to digest if she took this just before she throws herself over the damn railing or the balcony. She's pacing erratically because of something Zion was saying, or are you trying to insinuate something was happening with this drug that she took? But she's pacing erratically in the hallway. Why? Going out in the hallway suggests privacy. Why wouldn't she? This is her half brother, Santiago. Why is she? And it's her brother, not a boyfriend she's talking to. What can she say to Zion that she doesn't want Santiago to hear? Why is she in the hallway pacing erratically, no less? Pacing erratically. Were you in the hallway, Santiago? How do you know she was pacing erratically? How do you know that? Were you in the hallway, Santiago? Were you? What? And if you were, why were you in the hallway? Why? How do you know she was pacing erratically? It's enough to say, she went out into the hallway, she was on the phone. But he recounts it as if he saw the entire event. She was pacing erratically in the hallway while on the phone with her younger brother, Zion. Period. She then ran down the hallway and jumped off the balcony. The report stated. I'm not buying it. But Kiza said Santiago and Zion told her but Kiza, the younger sister, said Santiago and Zion told her and others different and conflicting stories about Zoe's death. Santiago, and that would line up with what I'm questioning, because if Santiago, how does Santiago know she is pacing erratically in the hallway and then runs and jumps off the balcony unless he was in the hallway? And why would he be in the hallway? And why their stories would be conflicting is because Zion is on the phone. He's having a different experience. And because Santiago can't be in the hallway, because why would you be out there? Of course, his story, this would make sense that his story would be different than Zion's, which I'm saying Santiago is probably lying or doesn't really know what happened. I'm not giving him that. But not surprising, the very next thing we read, it says that Santiago, Kiza says that Santiago and Zion told her and others different and conflicting stories about Zoe's death. Kiza told the Post she does not know what happened and does not believe Zoe's death was deliberate, but may stem from turmoil within the family. Is she insinuating Santiago? Quote, I think there was some kind of dispute between them. Parentheses, Zoe and her brothers, plural. But Zion is just on the phone. Santiago is in the building with her. And I don't see any reason for him to be in the hallway with her. And if she really went into the hallway to pace erratically, the only reason for her to be out there alone is because she wanted privacy with Zion. Because that's your brother. And so is Santiago. what are you going to say in front of Santiago or Zion that you can't say in front of Santiago, unless you're going to talk shit about Santiago? But she says that I think there was some kind of dispute between Zoe and her brothers, plural, but the police did not really look into it or talk to possible witnesses. Well, Santiago's right there. We get pacing erratically from him. And then she just suddenly runs down the hall and throws up from the balcony from Santiago. So why are these witnesses? No, it should say, but police did not talk to Santiago or give a damn or something. But police didn't really look into it or talk to possible witnesses. What other witnesses were possible? We all have a hidden type of anger in us. Period. Who's saying that? It comes from a deep spot because of how we were raised. I guess this is Kiza. We didn't have love. Well, anyways, when that anger comes out, you cannot tell us anything. Why are you saying this? That's one thing. That means you want to fight a bitch or something like this. This is not throw yourself from a balcony, running down halls erratically and all. I mean, it's random that this is even here right now. But when that anger comes out, you cannot tell us anything. So white readers go, well, see, because they think that when we get mad, we have no control of we're just beasts anyway. So this is meant to be extreme. Like, oh, look, she was just angry and, and to go along with the police, because this is the New York Post, by the way. And so, but we are extreme. Did she really say this? Where's the quotation, bitch? After she says there was between the brothers, Zoe and the brothers, but the police didn't look at that, blah, blah, comma, quote, or end quote, Kiza said, period. Quote, we all have a hidden type of anger in us. It comes from a deep spot because of how we were raised. We didn't have love. When that anger comes out, you cannot tell us anything. We are extreme. There's nothing that can pull us back from it. No one around can say, calm down. We are truly Glennis's children, end quote. Nah. But you're one of the people saying there was something suspicious about her death. So why are you even insinuating that this anger? Are you trying to say come on, dude. When reached by the Post, Santiago praised his sister. Interesting. Why did you reach out to Santiago and he's praising his sister? Ooh, she told it because that'll take the heat off of me. Oh, yeah. Zoe was just mad. She's got that anger streak that we all have. And, thank God I haven't thrown myself from a 15-story balcony, because this anger, when it comes out, you can't tell us anything, according to Kiza. And then when reached by the Post, Santiago praised his sister. Well, when reached by the Post, did you grill Santiago? Post? She's stunning. Stunning, 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 stunning. I love everything about this picture. Every single thing about this picture is perfect. All of it. Her father's saying she's at the pinnacle of potential. Oh, look at the little staker. Look at the wiggles. She loved her life, comma. This is the next statement. After you just, we practically throw ourselves from balconies every day, according to Kiza. But now the very next thing, quote, we loved her. Oh, we loved her life. Oh, she loved her life, comma. But you just finished telling us, oh my God, we go into the Hulk and we don't know what we do. We practically black out and we wake up and we see red. Oh, look, I didn't see that picture. How did I miss this? Anyways, and you can't stop us. And then when reached out, Santiago praised his sister. Picture, picture, picture. She loved her life, comma. She loved her daughter, comma. She was at the pinnacle of her potential, end quote. He said. This is from Santiago. So she loved her life, but you just praised your sister for saying what, you know. Santiago has also launched a GoFundMe asking $500,000 in donations to cover Zoe's hospital expenses and to help support her daughter. Santiago is the fucking guilty party right here, right now for me. But Santiago hung up when asked about the circumstance. So Santiago hung up when, I'll just read it again and highlight it. But Santiago hung up, bitch, when asked about the circumstance surrounding Zoe's death. Because he's the fucking guilty party. Zion Beto could not be reached. Something's up, dude. Orlando, the father, who still is in Alabama, said he will be holding a press conference when the family has a memorial service for Zoe. He said no date has been set for Zoe's body remains and Zoe's body remains in Miami. Kiza, the sister, said she is afraid of her father and only went public because she wants people to know the truth about her sister's death and for people to know who Zoe truly was. Just a second. How are we insinuating the father now? You hear that? Kiza said she was afraid. Well, he's all the way in fucking Alabama. Zoe is in Miami with fucking Santiago, bitch. So what are we talking about your father for? She's afraid of her father and only went public because she wants people to know the truth about her sister's death because her father was nowhere near Miami when this all went down. And just Santiago, but I need them to know about my father and my sister's death. It doesn't make any sense. And people to know who Zoe truly was. She wanted to make something of herself, Kiza said. We didn't have the kind of parents who said, what do you want to be when you grow up? We had to figure it out on our own. Well, if they're asking you what you want to be, you still have to figure it out on your own. So unless this next sentence was going to be, they told us what we were going to be, which I would want to hear, but it's not. This is a throwaway thing, and she's just a seething. Kids can have a strict upbringing that's loving but strict, and then they start to get seduced by society when they get older, and they start redefining their childhood as something that was bad, and oh my God, I can't. Like Michael Jackson. You got your ass beat by Joe Jackson when you needed it with your little pissy ass. Let's not. Why do you do this, Joseph? I'm not buying it, Michael, and I love you, but they're not buying it. You see? So this is that syndrome, we'll call it. Kiza said she was afraid of her father and only went public because she wants people to know the truth about her sister's death and for people to know who Zoe truly was. She wanted to make something of herself, Kiza said. We didn't have the kind of parents who said, what do you want to be when you grow up? We had to figure it out on our own. Well, you're going to have to do that any damn way, bitch. I wanted to bury everything that happened and to forget it. But because of what happened to Zoe, I can't. The two are not related. You can still forget everything that happened and still focus on Zoe. Not understand. I mean, it's just, anyway, I'm going to come to you all and see what you're saying. But this is all over the place. I think Kiza is just making misstatements and probably being led, by the writer and the interviewer who took these statements for her for the New York Post. Obviously, Santiago doesn't want to speak about anything. He praised her when she kind of threw the heat off of him, saying, well, we all have this streak about us and we could just do anything and we just don't know. We're very unpredictable and we could kill you at the drop of the hat, essentially. And then he just says he's praising her and then pumps the GoFundMe. But you were the one on the scene. You're the dude we want to talk to. And why didn't the police talk to him? That's your witness. Or not. Or your perpetrator. I mean, it's just, and then they said potential witnesses. Well, did they talk to anybody else? Did somebody else see her running down the hall? I mean, come on. I can't do it. What was Santiago's? When did you know she had jumped from the balcony? Yeah, I mean, what time was that? When was the police called? I mean, just, I don't know, man. I can't. Something's not right. Something stinks about this, but we tie this to Chelsea because this is all very um nonsensical, to say the very least. And they both have names that are not really typical to Black people. Chelsea and Zoe. They're both young African American girls who both were beauty queens who threw themselves from balconies within a month of each other. I can't. Let me see what you guys are saying because I can't. We just went over the 3 hour mark, you guys. We're probably going to have to land just in the interest of time. Um, I think this is where I may have left off at Allison Blib. Allison says they can't stop. They are addicted to growth, power, and more. Classic greed, but it's genetic. I think I read that. It's a certain people, and it's not race, even though we see those traits in certain ones. Not sure. I'm not sure how you mean that and what context, Allison. If you want to clarify, I'm happy to read your dissertation. Yeah, I read this because she was cooking whiting and melanin. Yeah, I read all of these. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I read all these. Read this, read this, read this. Right here, Shiba. My whole PC froze. Had to restart. Wow. MashaAllah. Khalifa. The Jamaicans stated they didn't want to celebrate the Queen's 70th Jubilee, and they don't feel she's representing their country the way that it should, and that she's a lying whore and the bitch needs to die. I think they said that to Khalifa, pretty sure. It was in the small print. You probably didn't see it. Pretty sure they said that, though. And the bitch is 95, and they're wondering why she hasn't croaked yet. I mean, there's a few things, you know. You go on and say if there's no seeds in it, then it's not organic. That's, you know, I don't think people think about that. That's really an important point that you make, Khalifa. I want to now know or meet or talk to somebody that I only eat organic, and how many seedless fruits do you buy? And if they even say one, then poof, we got them. It just simply can't be organic if it doesn't have a seed. That's so simple and brilliant, and I love that because I always tell you, stuff can be right in your face and you'll never see it. No need to hide anything. No need to hide anything. Just put it out in the open. Nobody will see it, and that's one of those things. It's right out in the open. Nobody will see it. Excellent point, Khalifa. Excellent. If there's no seeds in it, then it's not organic. Chocolate Rhythm says, on point, Khalifa of the Most High. I love that. Shiva, police murders no longer make national news. I guess Black Lives Matter have made enough money and they only want to focus on Ukrainian lives. Dems forget Black people the minute they're elected. All true. I'm just giving you 100% across the board, like for like 6 lines, just facts proclaimed and told. And I love that too. I'll just read it again, man. Police murders no longer make national news. I guess Black Lives Matter has made enough money, and they only want to focus on Ukrainian lives. I love the shade in that too, Shiva. Just your whole observation and time. It's just brilliant, brilliant comment. Brilliant. Dems forget about Black people the minute they're elected. That's a classic comment right there. Classic. Shiro, I don't believe it. Nice weave. Appreciate that too. The shade of it. Acknowledging that it is some bullshit, and then, by the way, nice weave though. Just to know. Shiva, I've always doubted the details of this story. There are cameras everywhere nowadays. Good point. And she's in Miami. I want to know where they were staying. There aren't any footage or witnesses of her jumping. And I say that in both cases. Where's the footage? Nobody saw anything at all. And in the building that we saw that Chelsea allegedly jumped from, I mean, that was on a main street. That's a modern skyscraper high-rise building. There's shops and shit around there. No security camera caught the body hitting the ground, or it just, you go on and say, I peeped the choices of the word jealous as well, Jedi. You are one of my followers. Khalifa, the peace and joy will have her daughter alive. If she killed herself to bring peace and joy to her mom, says she had a troubled relationship with her mom. I don't buy it. Yeah. Ray Supreme, shout out to you. I haven't seen your name in a minute. Good to see you. I feel like some of my people are getting notifications that probably normally don't get them. Good to see you, Ray. It says blood sacrifice. That's what's up. Rose. Right. None of this makes sense. Shout out to you, Rose. Portia Snelling, shout out to you. You say, I read somewhere, allegedly, before she jumped, she called her mom. Her mom said at a later time, she would reveal what she said. Why wouldn't she reveal it now? That bitch is suspect now. All right, get her in here. All right, she's a, Shiro. I knew when I heard both stories sounded suspicious. And just that there's such a similarity between them, and the sort of nothing to see here thing on both of them. There was a lot of exculpatory evidence, really, at least in Zoe's case, because we have the testimony of Santiago saying that she took some medication. Well, that could be verified or denied by a forensic pathologist. And I'm not even obsessing on if she took it before, like after dinner or before her shower. I don't even care now. There wouldn't have been enough time for it to fully digest, and it still would have been in her system. And so that could have been either denied or confirmed. She's on the phone with Zion. There's something. What were you talking about? Was Santiago in the hallway? There was so many things that you could have just, if you just asked a few questions. Sheba, hopefully these sisters weren't messing around with white men. No indication right now, but then there is the husband that she was separated from that was with the 5-year-old, not understanding what he was.
And I didn't get any sense that the little sister, had a man, you know. They off their wives, girlfriends all the time, rehearse their lies while the cops are on the way. I just seen a story where this fucker killed both his parents for the $500,000 life insurance policy. And he sat up in that courtroom like this. White devil, like from fucking hell, dude. All stoic, like there was no problem. These are sick people, dude. Sick people. Sick. You go on, Shiva. Then I read that. Shiro. Oh, then rehearse their lies while the cops. I read that. So it gave me both yours in the thing. Shiro. I wouldn't be surprised if both these gorgeous women had a white female friend. So they thought, I'm having sack issues, y'all. Give me a moment. I need to stand up. Okay. Just pretend that didn't happen. I was never here. Burn this video after viewing. Okay. Had white female friends, so they thought and pushed them both to their deaths. We don't have any evidence of white bitches being in the vicinity. At least not in the case of Zoe. But, you know, we don't know about Chelsea. It's all very, we don't know. So I'll give you Chelsea. You know, anything we could conjure for her because there was nothing to see here. It just boldly stated, well, she jumped, you know, but you somehow knew she went from the 9th floor to the 29th floor. So not understanding. You go on, Shiro. This is right up there with Cora Faith Walker, who died after leaving a hotel room. She was a Missouri state representative from St. Louis, and they're claiming there was no foul play. Beautiful black queen. Interesting. Queen, when did that happen? When was Cora? When? So I at least have a time frame. That's interesting. A heart to you, Miss Matthews. Sheba, these two queens, as well as Regina King, the actress, son, all died from suicide within a couple of weeks from each other. These stories really affect me. Somebody else, because Regina King and then somebody else's son or kid, somebody famous, their child committed suicide or was killed or something. There's another one. There's another one. Terrence Bowers, shout out to you, my brother. What's up, man? Wow, I'm seeing people I haven't seen in forever, y'all. Wow. It's got to have something to do with this StreamYard. It's just got to. Miss Matthews, not to import astrologic, but many astro minds find it hard to believe that a Taurus, Earth, would choose high air to make an grand exit. She was an attorney. Do you know how difficult that JD is to I don't know what JD is. Tell me what JD is. Sweet D, another shout out to you. You're still live. Had to run out. Yeah. We're going to land soon. Because I just don't want to be abusive. And And as I told you guys last evening too, because the holy month of Ramadan will begin next month, so I'm probably going to be more present leading up to next month, not as scarce as I am. You probably see more of me, so there's no need to. We just go with the time. We've not wasted time, so every minute that we've been here has been of value. But I'm just saying we're not deliberately going to just do long sessions because we're going to do more. I don't, it's just whatever it is. I'm not on time frames, so it's just whatever. But I'm just saying we're moving along. We're just getting to the information. And and then I gauge that against the time, and should I go to something else or not, or whatever. But I also have to balance your comments because it's important to me to read every comment. um and let's see. Do you know how difficult that is to procure? JD is to procure. A juris degree, maybe? You're going to tell me. Moon Goddess, shout out to you. I haven't seen your name in forever. Terrence, Sheba, WTF. Shiro, you're welcome. Yeah. Sheba, those shirts scream. Oh, I read that. Mental illness. I seen that one by accident. What is going on my ear? What did my grandma say about your ear? If your nose itch, somebody's coming to see you. If your hand itch, you're going to get money. If your ear itch, somebody's talking about you. And this ear is itching. So maybe somebody's talking about me and saying very good things. Miss Matthews, again, most Taurians are too practical for such an exit. Regular Taurians, let alone one with plenty of pretty material means. It all matters, because I talk about how we are spiritual creatures having a physical experience. The spiritual realm matters to the physical. And so it doesn't even matter if we want to bring this from an astrological point of view. I'll just assign that to the spiritual realm, whether it's astrology or not. I know my own life has informed me there are characteristics about people. There's characters that you recognize because you felt them, saw them, met them, whatever. This is in that same wheelhouse for me, and so I just take you using the Taurus as the identifier of that character, that person, that spirit type thing. But these are both also African women. And, I there was a lady that I argued down in the damn salon one day after Don Cornelius's suicide, because Black people don't really commit suicide the way white people do. We just don't do that. We don't. Our numbers are not what theirs are. They're just not. Just not. Again, goes back to the fitra. There's something inside of you that whispers, that's probably one step too far. You don't do that. It's inherently also why we don't really are not seeing therapists in large numbers, because there's a kind of a knowing of the soul that you take that to the divine. Nothing wrong with talking to somebody if you want to see a therapist. No shade. I'm just saying, I think how I rationalize one of the reasons why it's not a common thing in our community for us to be, oh, I have a therapist, and I have a therapist, because we take that to God. Plus, we've always been under stress and struggle. So what is a therapist going to really do? That's going to change shit. You feel me? So is this the Zion young lady? I went to the kitchen. No, Zion is the younger brother. Oh, Zoe, very mysterious. Deaths, very perplexing. What kind of beautiful being would want to end their life? Not asking in the superficial sense. These ladies had brains and bucks. Very confusing. And women aren't violent the way men are. You know, women do a sleeping pill overdose, or, you know, a bleed out after they slit their wrists, or, you know, I just inherently believe some things are just not inherent to women, you know. Won't really do. I mean, I just can't, dude. It just, nah. So there's that element too, that they were Africans. Miss Matthews, many believe they got Latoya to lie on Joseph. Oh yeah, she's been back and forth. She is dizzy. I don't know. There's always one in the family, but Latoya seems like she has mental illness. And even when what's that bitch? That's hot. What's the bitch name? Hilton. When they mama asked Latoya when she had her show, Latoya, are you still a virgin? I mean, she was so embarrassed. But her reaction was, it told us like, well, yeah, I guess you still a virgin. Because we didn't have Latoya linked with nobody except for that white demon. And she claimed they were not sleeping together at all. Oh no. Sweet Akibalan Violet, my angel. Hello, Jedi and family. I'm just tuning in. Wow. That was 21 minutes ago. Or 20 minutes ago, something in that neighborhood. Miss Matthews, 42nd Street in New York City, major locale, people, foot traffic. Very good observation, Miss Matthews. I love that addition. Very important. Very important. Very important. Very important. And 42nd Street. 42nd Street. My angel. Are you guys talking about the sister that was crowned Miss USA? That's exactly it. And I'm contrasting Miss USA and Miss Alabama, who was going to be a contender for 2021 or something like, or competed in 2021 or something. Chelsea, can't think of her last name now. That's Miss USA. And then this Zoe person, because there's two similar, and they're so close together, and for it to be the exact same type of death. I mean, under mysterious circumstances, both of them. I mean, they're almost twin things, you know. I mean, same reaction from the police, all of it. Khalifa just stood there and watched her jump. I know. Was he in the hall? Because if you were in the hall, that means you stood there and watched her jump. And why were you in the hall? Santiago took her down the hall and threw her over the balcony, everybody. That's the only thing that makes sense right now. It's the only thing that my throne will accept. Do you understand? And my intellect, quite frankly. Because everything that he did and claimed, and then how he acted, they said he hung up when they asked him about the details of her death. He just hung up. But there he was praising Kiza, the sister, and then promoting the GoFundMe for the $500,000. And that's all fine. But no, as soon as we ask you about Nah. Black Winter. Shout out to you. Black Winter. Shiro. This past week. Okay. So, I mean, that's 3 in a row then, you know. I probably won't do it in this sitting, but we're going to have to visit that case too, Queen. I think it's logical. Yeah. Yeah. My angel. Sack issues? LOL. Check your pack, Jedi. Brothers know sometimes you might sit on your shit. Just so you understand. Unless you one of them dumbass niggas that wear tidy whities or bikinis or some bullshit. You understand? Anyways, Miss Matthews, something is very funky. Ferociously, fearfully funky. All naturally born sisters, do Black women have to move with security everywhere? Wow. And where are the brothers to provide that security? Intentional shade thrown. D Mike, what's up? These crazy, that crazy bro. That's crazy, bro. I'm gonna say bruh, because brothers say bruh. White people say bro. And I'm hearing bro from too many brothers now. Let's keep it bruh. You feel me? Because they don't even sound right saying it and they can't say it. So this bro is their attempt to usurp our language. Bro, bro. Because they used to have dude. Now it's bro. So we are kings, bro. But something is telling me she was pressured to do it. And somebody want to make sure she died 29th floor. And 9 and 2 is 11, everybody. She was already on the 9th floor. Why did she go up 10 floors to make it 11? Just saying. Appreciate your speculation on that, D. JD, Juris Doctorate. I said that, damn it. And I'm a fucking lawyer, and I didn't know that. The bar exam. I know. But just so you know, and Miss Matthews, here in California, you can just intern with a law office and take the bar. And if you pass it, you're a lawyer, homie. No need for all this law school. Who has time for classes and professors and things? It is. Many believe that due to the trans women in the regular women pageants, the possible offing of natural women, beauty queens, could be envy, but some sort of sick ritual. I know, reaching. Well, but it's still in the realm of rationale. You know, it's kind of like I have an objection, a standing objection to anybody proclaiming the word conspiracy theory, because what that usually connotes is there's only one point of view. And for me, anything that's rational, that's offered to that same point, well, my shit is just as good as yours. So what? You know, it's like I was rewatching something. It was about these guys were being interviewed about their belief about the flat earth, which I believe also the earth is not a globe. We have all the evidence we have says flat, but they show you one fucking picture and go, well, look, it's round. But all the fucking evidence, that's like I come up to you, I got powder around my nose, I'm acting hyped up, I'm tweaking, and just all the shit. I got all the signs of somebody that's on crack or coke or something. And I go, nope, I totally just took a organic Tylenol. You'd never believe me. So again, especially the big lies, we have to question. We must. So I don't think it's reaching. It wasn't ridiculous. If it was ridiculous, I'd go, yeah, you're reaching. It's ridiculous, but it's rational. So the only issue, I would only take issue with it because it can still be plausible, but just not applicable to these cases because there was no and haha, what year? This was this year. So some people had stuff stuck in their arm. We'll just add that to the pot. Cora Faith Walker died March 11th, March. Thank you, Queen. Yeah, we will definitely look into her case. Not tonight. The other thing I also hate when these go really, really long, everybody, because remember, I have to watch these back to evaluate the information that I've communicated to you, that I was responsible and prudent and accurate. So this is homework that I'm creating. So the longer they are, the more it takes me to watch it back, because I have to watch every frame. It's not like I can skip. I have to watch every frame, you know. I'm just sharing that with you. I'm not bitching about it. Sisters, if they are after Black women, we must protect each other. Be kind to one another, you know. And there's nothing more beautiful than when Black women are girlfriend. My heart feels different as a man when I see that, man. I'm just telling you, it's a physiological experience for me. I just feel like everything's right with the world, some kind of way. There's something that is very calming and reassuring and soothing for me, always has been, when Black women are girlfriend. I just watched a dumb clip at some point last night or whenever in the last couple of days, only because it was in my saved stuff to watch, because the title was dramatic, you know, made you kind of watch it. And the chick on stage ended up sounding like some bullshit, but before she started singing, it was a clip from X Factor. But Kelly Rowland, who I love, and listen, everybody, it's not about Beyonce. It's not Beyonce. It's not Michelle. All right, they can both go to cold graves and nobody will care. It's all about Kelly. Kelly's the best looking one. She sounds the best. She looks the best. That's the best. I love Kelly Rowland. I can smell her when I see her, dude. But Kelly is on X Factor, and Simon asked the girl something. She said, "Oh, I have a fiance. Hey, so and so." She was shouting him out, and Kelly goes, "Is he here?" He goes, "No, he had to work." She said, "Girl, ain't nothing cuter than a man." This is Kelly, and they had just that girl moment right there. You feel me? Kelly don't know her. She don't know Kelly, but that's two Black women come together. I love it, man. I love that. And coming from a family mostly of women, I have five of my siblings are girls. And I didn't mind when my second and third to the oldest sister would team up on me some kind of way. Like I'm the bad villain. So if I say something to my sister Jamila, you know, such, and my sister would be like, "You don't tell my sister that," as if she's not my sister. Like, you know. But I'd like to hear from other brothers. Like, what do you have that same experience? You know, because when Black women really come together, it's going to change every fucking thing for us as a people. And that's why I've preached so firmly and consistently about the need for Black women to get on the goddamn throne and don't even look down. Don't even glance down. You're too much for that. You're too high. You don't even glance down. You understand? Because you don't know that we are putty in your hands. There was time we used to be. But somewhere we became the prize undeservingly. And it just all went to hell. You know? When the woman sets the tone, men pull their fucking pants up. They stop dressing like fucking women. They stop wearing all the girly shit. They start doing whatever it is you say. When y'all say as a unit, because they're out here bitching that you want them that they want you to have. You got to bring something to the table, and you got to have 50% and all this bullshit. But when you say nah, you don't get shit unless you got it to handle it. Whatever you proclaim, they're gonna go for that. They're gonna have to, because we can't do nothing without you, and we can't be without you. It feels like there's a fear, like, but I think if there's unity, that'll give each one courage, because there's things that y'all do that it becomes the thing. Y'all just kind of know unspoken, we doing this, and you just see Black women doing certain things. So if you all could get on code with demanding more from Black men, you change everything. Everything. If you were saying, instead of you stepping to the mic, crying over your child that's been shot down by these murdering ass demons, if Black women were saying, you don't come home until the motherfucker killed my child, is also in a cold grave. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's that thing where you have the power in your hand and nobody's using it. It's the story of our people as a whole, not just our women. Shiro, when you get a chance, look this story up. Yeah, I'm making definitely note of that, because now I want to know. Because we have to contrast it, especially the time frame of when it happened and all that. We gotta. I mean, I want to do it, but I don't want to. The late JFK Jr. failed that juris exam. I think 3 times the Daily News taunted him with headlines that read "the hunk flunks." But you know what? It's not really. Law is. Listen, this will say it the best. I had worked in juvenile corrections, and then I worked in a men's prison. I did 2+ years of juvenile corrections, and I worked 3 some odd years in a men's prison. Now, fast forward, years later, I'm working at a communications company, and the girl I'm dating at the time works with me at my same job. In fact, we met on the job, and her name was Jasmine. And she had just decided she was going to go take the LAPD test. And of course, I'm her dude. I'll take you. So I just thought, well, I'll go in and take it too. Passed it. After you finish the test, and they start calling people out in the hall, and whether or not you get called or not is whether or not you failed or not. And then when they were done, they're like, okay, everybody that's we were in the hall or in the room, but they were like, you all passed, and so therefore. And I was one of those people. Just took it cold. Give you another example, because I'll make a point. And this will build my point, Ms. Matthews. And so then fast forward to I leave California for many years. And I come back many years later, and the first time out, I passed the DMV test to get my license. In my business law class in college, I was very good with law. You could not beat me in an oral legal argument. It just never happened. Because it's how you see the law and how you reason, you know. Some people get stuck in their own way. So I could see him pass, failing the damn thing 3 times, or anybody else, quite frankly. But it's about you applying reason to the law with its notes. It's like when I play French horn or violin or piano. I'm playing what the music tells me. I don't make up my own thing. I gotta play these notes according to the music I'm reading. The law is like that. How many times have my second to the oldest sister, bitch that can't give you your $20 back? How many times she always thinks she has a lawsuit? She right now, I haven't seen her in many years. I'm sure right now, wherever she's right now, she thinks she has a lawsuit on something or someone right now. And I don't need to hear much to tell you if there's a case there. That like this is what it is. It's how you apply. So it's the reason. If the reasoning is why I was able to walk into and pass the LAPD test like that. Reasoning is why nobody could beat me in a legal argument in my business law class. Do you understand? So the law is the same way. This is why I've never walked into a courtroom where I was not successful, and why every judge I've ever been in front of said you should go into law. Because great lawyers are made of a command of the English language, good dissertation, and reading comprehension. That's what it is. If I have to just really shrink it down to size, that's what it really is. That's what it really is. You got to be able to listen well. Listen well, which also means reading and comprehending. If it's not oral, do you understand what you read? Because that's the basis on what you're going to be arguing, or whatever your relationship to that litigation is going to be. You got to have command of the information and an understanding of the law and its meaning so that you can apply it thusly. You understand? And there's always a loophole. Always. So and he comes from good stock. I don't understand how he failed it 3 times. I mean, that's just an embarrassment, you know. But I can't. I tried to click on Shiro's comment. Shiba is saying good night, and good night to you, Shiba. We're not far behind you. Hope you go live again this weekend. I intend to. Ms. Matthews, if your nose itch, someone nosy is coming to see you. If your left hand itches, you get money. Your right hand, you're going to spend money. Your left ear itch, they're saying mal things. Right ear, they're saying good things. Well, then it's muy mal, because this is my left ear. Shiro, good night, Shiba. Khalifa, Santiago just stood there and watched her jump. I hope y'all can still hear me, man. Somebody check in with me, because I don't know if it started a new thing or if I don't know nothing now. You feel me? And I still got a few more comments I need to read. Um, um, Miss Matthews is saying very few sisters would choose to jump off a building to end things. Pills are more feasible. That type of fall feels like someone that may have envied her body. Shiro, exactly, Khalifa. Dinner on who? Him? His name sounds like a white Hispanic. Santiago. Yes. I must have missed some. Okay, the JFK. I read that. So maybe I missed one of Khalifa's. Statistics. A leap like that, not really who we are. Too many pills on the market. Recall that Martin Lawrence stand up where he said he'd opt for pills too. To leave Martin Lawrence, put it in a laughing pill, but I knew what he meant. Khalifa, sure do. Miss Matthews, exactly. Recall that episode of the Jeffersons where they thought their maid Florence jumped. She told them, "Hell no!" Again, think she'd opt for pills. That's what I'm saying. Women just drift off, you know, or they're strangled. If it's a murder, they're strangled, or they're, you don't really shoot a woman, really. You don't really need. I mean, it's just I can't. You go on. Latoya is a Gemini, a sibling that Janet Jackson refused to speak to, and I'm not speaking to her either because that's my sister-in-law. So that I have to deal with that on top of everything. You feel me? And trying to plan Janet's next tour and stuff. So this is what I'm dealing with. You feel me? So I have to go through all this. You feel me? Janet got to cry on my shoulder at night about her sister and stuff. I have to deal with this. You feel me? My life is hard. It's not easy, but somebody got to do it. You go on. Let me tell you about another reported suicide. Think his name is Dr. Jeff Street. Look up his case. His family said, why would he choose such a violent way when he had access to tons of meds? Get me a date on that, Miss Matthews, because we may add that to the one that you were citing. It'd be good to have those as a twofer on our next live. Scientology 101 class. Humans are creatures of habit. Are creatures of habits. Habits are patterns. Patterns equals geometry, math. This math doesn't add up logically with the history of human nature, Black humans especially. Well stated, Miss Matthews. I love how you communicate. It's important. You know how I am about say it like you. So when I read it, I can say it like I think you said it, So I appreciate you. Miss Matthews, you on fire, Shiro saying. And then Miss Matthews goes on and says, very few slaves choose suicide during slavery when all sorts of sordid horrors took place damn near daily. That's how I feel about us. I mean, if we were a bunch of us would just be checking the fuck out. You understand? But we've put up and have endured this white devil. We just don't really check out like that. A white bitch, doesn't pass the fucking LSATs, and she throws herself from a bridge dramatically at the, and Sarah lit up every room, and she was beloved, and she would have given you a shirt off her back. We don't really do that. We have problems all the time. The struggle is constant and real. I'm going to come back to, well, first I'll read this one. Wish I knew the nature of that documentary when they interviewed a medical examiner. He said that most women will get real clean, put on makeup, their favorite outfit, then take pills and aim their heart. While most men that commit suicide would aim it at their head. Wow. 29 equals 11, a master number. Yeah, that's why I cited it. Why 29? You see? And 42nd Street, that's 6. It's on Sunday, the 7th day of the week at 7:15. I mean, it's a few things. I'm going to skip now because I want to get to some comments I have not read. Original Jewess. Hey, Jedi. Yes, the Jamaicans rejected the Queen, her grandson, and his wife instead of demanding reparations, honey. Wow. They should took the bitch ass as hostage and said, the bitch goes nowhere until we see checks. You understand? And you relieve us of this fucking debt that we don't owe you. Because just like America, they were paying, they're saying you owe us for the loss of our slaves. That's essentially what it is. Because remember, the slave owners got reparations, bitch. Righteous indignation. Dang, Jedi, I finished up my task list at work. Read a book, then closed out at work, came home, and tidied up, and about to jump in the shower 2 hours later. You still live? Legendary. It's y'all that keep me long. If I came here and just did my dissertation of what I was going to bring, we would be out. But I come to spend time with you all. And so when you have things to say, I interact with that. So it just organically takes us longer than, yeah, but I'm still here. Trying to land. Righteous indignation. Oh, that's what I just read. Okay, again, I'm just trying to skip to some people that I haven't read because D Mike, what happened? That was that glitch again. YouTube tripping. D Mike, I'm on StreamYard, and I'm not taking no liability off of YouTube's bitch ass, but I'm just trying to say that I've been most pleased with this stream technically, and we'd been on YouTube, it would start a new stream completely. So I'm pleased that it glitched out, but we still on the same, because otherwise it would have new comments and everything. And I was in the middle of comments. That's the worst thing. So I was glad I was able to get that back. And now I was able to just continue on my comments. It's still some bullshit. Let us just understand. Who else? Portia Snelling, you're back. Original Dress, very few Black people jump off anything to their deaths. We're scared of heights. Very highly suspect. Okay, and now I'll go back up. Miss Matthews, I'll finish yours out, and then we will land, inshallah. I went to Original Jewess about the Jamaican thing, and you said, wait, her apartment was on the 9th floor. Right, because she went up to the 29th floor, though, apparently, because apparently the 9th floor just wasn't high enough for her. Because when I commit suicide, I'd like to get all the height I can. Really maximize the drama of it all. It's what I do. Exactly. But, they seem to try to shame critical thinking, thus critical thinkers. Oh, that's agenda number 1. This is why everybody has an opinion and every side must be heard and everybody's valid. And it does no. Set your ass down and listen to those who know. Some people don't need to even speak. You definitely don't get an opinion. I mean, we could just move on into some things, but it's just I can't. Also, you guys, let me say this random because I was hoping to D when I was mentioning that we're on StreamYard. So the next time we're live, because I don't know how you come in live, but that's one of the things I like about this stream software. You can come into the live. Do you understand? But what I'm not going to tolerate is people coming into the live and you're just an icon and we're hearing you. Nah. If you don't have the courage to go on camera, set your ass down to the left as we move through the crowd. Do you understand? You know, you got to come out of that, everybody. There's nothing to fear but the one who creates. That's it. That's it. But I'm looking forward to being able to do that so we can have full discussion, you know. And I think you can have up to 10 people on the screen at one time and all of that. So I do hope that more people will participate. Now, as long as the pregnant belly is round, calendar dates go round and round. Tires are round, eyeballs, eggs, round. Earth mama is round. Earth mama is, I'll give you round in circumference. In area, mass, I won't give you sphere. I can't do it, Miss Matthews. I can't do it. And here's my strongest argument. Call up Qantas Airlines, because that's Australia, and ask the pilot, because remember, they're the land down under. I come from the land down under. Women go and men plunder. Could you hear the thunder? Etc. Call up Qantas. Tell them the Jedi sent you, because you'll get a discount. And ask the pilot, say, now, tell us now, when do you tip the nose of the plane down when you're flying to Australia from the U.S. to accommodate the curvature of the Earth? And they will tell you never. Do you understand? I brought you guys evidence. You know, there's a instrument in airplanes on there. I don't care if it's digital or if it's mechanical. And usually most planes, even they have the digital, they still have the magnetic one. Planes have to know what the horizon is, especially flying at night, day or night. Are we flying like this, or are we flying like this, or this, or this? This thing lets them know they are level. If you are on a globe and you are flying to Africa or Australia or anywhere else, at some point, that needle is going to have to start going up like this because the thing is going down like this. It never happens. It never happens. And why is it that these principles are there when we're on a roller coaster? We feel when we go like this, and when we're going up and when we're going down, and oh my God, we're going into a loop. But magically, we believe this lie that we're on an airplane and we're flying upside down, but we just never feel it because of this mysterious thing called gravity. I mean, even if it's not true, that's ridiculous. I think we can all agree on that. It just doesn't hold water. It doesn't have it. And their lies are falling apart because, you know, they used to use their strongest evidence was, well, all you have to do is watch a ship and you can see it go out and it disappears over the horizon because the coaster, until we got more powerful cameras, bitch. And that could zoom more and you go, oh, it's still right there. So that failed. This is all fact. Remember, the Jedi never says things he doesn't know. And the other thing of it is you had one gentleman say, well, I've actually seen the curvature of the Earth with my own eyes. I've seen it, said the white demon. And the person says, well, where were you? Well, I was in the Concorde. Well, that only flies maybe 17 miles up, and you got to be, all the astrologers and scientists say you have to be at least 50 miles up to see the curvature of this bitch if it is curved. And you're not going there. Do you understand? So, but now here, this, if I've blown your hair off already, Miss Matthews, I'll even get more ridiculous for you. This will really, you may not make it till the end of the weekend after I say this. But Not only do I believe the earth is flat, the earth is the sun is not all these millions of miles of fucking way like they're saying. Allah has already told us in the Quran, have I not hung the moon and the stars and the sun in the sky as lanterns? Do you understand? How is it that we have pictures and video of the sun with clouds covering part of it? If it's all these millions of miles away, it can't be in our clouds. Let us understand. I mean, there's just some things that you just can't get around, you know. We have more evidence of a flat earth. Also, water levels. Here's my punch. But oh my God, the waters remain level. Damn, that laws of physics, you can't pin them down. Urgh. But we're to believe that we're on a ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and the water doesn't fly off. Not possible. Because you can see beautiful waterfalls all over the world. So you want to believe if I'm in Australia, down under, and I'm seeing a waterfall, why isn't it going up into the sky? Why is it going? I mean, it's an embarrassment of knowledge on this that just proves that whatever we want to say, it ain't no ball. I'll go with any other shape. If flat doesn't work for you, Miss Matthews, because maybe it clashes with your eyes, I can live with that. So maybe it doesn't have to be completely flat, but it's definitely not a ball. It's not a ball. Maybe we could agree there. You go on to say, in Pat's book, Living Religions, she wrote in part, nature wants things to be round. And then I invite you to go and learn about the golden ratio, which will also confirm what you're saying. And I buy all of that. We just have to part ways at the ticket gate with this round earth thing, my queen. 11, I read that, is a master number. Did you hear about New York's first Muslim judge, Justice Sheila Abdus Salam? If not, please look at her mysterious case. It said that she too committed. I do remember that. I didn't know that was her name, and I don't know if I knew she was Muslim, but I remember that. Why it stands out is because she was a judge. You're like, the fuck? Because it wasn't too far from the black dude. He was a scientist, and I think he may have known something about COVID, but that was early before the pandemic. Just so, anyways, you go on to say, hear what her family members said about that. Very strange. Okay, then that's 3 then. Her, the case Shiro citing, and then the other one. Abiola Abrams wrote, speak on that, Sister Unity. Did I read somebody wrong? Oh, I see. I get the context. Bailey Sarion's video on tampons, very telling, which I meant to bring you guys. This young teenage girl who was strip searched, bitch, by this white devil. She was on her cycle. They were looking for contraband in a school. I mean, till I die, the white man is the devil. Because we don't have nobody else, no culture, nowhere on fucking earth doing any of the shit that they do. This is the devil, the stench, the scourge of the earth. Period. I'm firm about that. I won't be changing. I just thought about that when you said video on tampons. Very telling about when most women began to loathe other women male shaming women based on their bodily function being unclean, huh? I feel like there's been an evolution on that because, you know, there's brothers that really don't have no problem still engaging, even for sisters on our cycle. Um, I've been guilty of that, just for full transparency. Um, and I don't think it's a desire. I think just the need is greater than what you got going on. Like, okay, I see you got that, but I really need to so let's you know, um and I do wonder about the whole, because I presume there was a time when that none of that existed. How does that affect women's health? Are they, I mean, is that, what did Allah intend on that? You know, um I know why women menstruate, but I'm saying, like, maybe you really don't need to be wearing nothing. I mean, maybe there's cultures where if the woman's on her cycle, she sits in a tub of water. I don't know. I don't know. I know I can tell, brilliant Jedi. I wanted to work with Barry Sheck within his Innocence Projects company. Yes, yes, indeed. He was the lead forensic or DNA guy on the O.J. Simpson case. Damn. Oh, that's Shiro. I read that. D Mike. I read that. I read that. I read that. I read that. His name is Dr. Jeff Bradstreet. Mr. Matthews says they reported he passed from suicide in July 25th. I may have read that. Yeah. Pale Wall Street guys. Some of them, they lose the, they might jump from a tall, yeah, you know, oh my God, the market crashed and there they are jumping out windows. In fact, that's what I thought was happening on 9/11. I was like, why people just jump out the window for any damn thing? You know, wallahi, I just thought it was more white people jumping out of windows because that's one of the characteristics that I associate with them. You know, because why are they jumping? Why are they jumping? It's a fire. But alas, there was explosions going off in the buildings. Jedi also, I looked at that. You know, ever looked at the founder of the Golden Crust Empires? Yes, I brought that years ago. I did a whole piece on him, and people have asked about that case and him since that. And yeah, I know the Golden Crust dude. I know, I know, I know. And I knew him before. Luckily I'd already been introduced to him. He'd already been on the radar because he was on an episode of Undercover Boss, and that's how I came to even know his brand and who he was and all the amazing things he was doing. Man, yeah, that was murder. Please see that episode of Secret CEO. Study his face. Does he strike you as a man that hates? No. And he was, I think, Nigerian. Oh no, not Nigerian. Jamaican. They don't play around. You know, like, nah. Like, you go and do a search on what's the suicide rate in fucking Jamaica. You say, me love chilling with the Jedi. I wish we were neighbors. Well, we kind of are, Miss Matthews. That's why I do these. I wish I could be with you all, like, somewhere, you know. I do, but damn it all. And see the psychic videos for the, I'm gonna speed round these. I see the psychic videos for the late music executive Chris Lighty again. Black people supposedly committing suicide at this rate, highly uncharacteristic, not our MO. Yeah. I forgot about the Chris Lighty thing, and I thought there was somebody else. But yeah, there has been like this, suddenly now we're hearing about these suicides, but again, we are producing a generation that's, we're not telling them the white man is the devil, that we're being too, they're acting like fucking white people and shit, and so you're having those characteristics, so things are infiltrating our shit. That's not us. I could do all, just don't even get me started. It makes no black sense. Heights, us, non-cipher. Look at the psychic videos for the late singer Johnny Kemp. Just got paid Friday night. That's another mystery. I didn't know anything happened to Johnny Kemp. I didn't know if I knew he was dead, quite frankly. But who doesn't know that song? Also, Jedi, look up the Brooklyn lady, Neonobia, aka Brooklyn tidal wave. Her reported exit, another mystery. We really think that the term "what goes around comes around," karmic trajectory, is what really may have peeved a pole made in power with a flat butt. His linear thinking, thus his flat earth theory. I think it's flat earth fact. Even the United Nations, their logo is a flat earth map. Why? Why? D Mike says, no problem, I'll cam up when you're ready on StreamYard. When you're ready on CamYard months ago on Certified True TV channel, but he eventually went crazy. I think he's bipolar, or I could be wrong. Or he may have taken the jab. Just saying, shade intended. Original Jewess, water is always level. Thank you, Original Jewess. I'm going to skip some of these shorter ones, Miss Matthews. You'll forgive me. The vajayjay hole round, well, we know that, where life is pushed into existence, but it's cool. We can agree to disagree. We don't agree to disagree. We agree that one of us will find the truth and acknowledge it. That's what we do. Because that agree disagree means somebody is making a commitment to ignorance, and we do not promote that. Let me see what's going on outside. I'm seeing figures. Yeah, they must have been having friends over. I'm over it. Curses. White people. Because the kid that moved in is Puerto Rican. So have some Latinos over. I'm over it. I'm trying to stay up with you, Willa says. We landing. Because we're now we're over the 4-hour mark. How many more? Yeah, we're not going to read all these. I'm going to start at the bottom and work up. Jamaica will have 10 jobs. Jamaicans will have 10 jobs and still not think about no daggone suicide. That's the truth. Oh my God. Jedi, are you planning? Where are you at? You just jumped. I'm not reading anything that came after that Jamaican comment because I'm moving up because I don't want to run into any more comments. Jedi, are you planning to do a whole live video titled Mysterious Exits to discuss suicides? I like the idea. Yep, I recall that dream team circa 1995, as indeed it was. Bailey spoke on it in that video enthrallingly. Black Winter says, amen. I'll read the one before it. Or female officer, no male officer is supposed to be strip searching females. Huh? Which states? It was in the UK, or yeah, Scotland Yard, and they claim it was females that searched her. We're definitely going to get into that on our next live. On the books, male security at the club isn't supposed to frisk females, let alone strip search them. Oh my God. And this is why in Islam, men and women do not mix that are not related. We're not touching you. We're not shaking your hand. You don't need to give me no fucking hug. If I call the house to speak to my brother, his wife answer, I don't need to talk to her. You feel me? No opportunity for impropriety and scandal and insurrection and inappropriate shit. You understand what I'm telling you? This is why Allah has designed our life from day to night, from birth to death. You follow that, you don't have no problems. You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. You don't have it. In fact, I was complaining. My young neighbor, I don't know, the other week, suddenly the music was loud again. We talked about that the first day he moved in. I shut that down. But the music was out. I knew he wasn't home. It was his girlfriend. So I text him at work. What's the word I want to use? Ignorantly. I mean that like you're young. He's sending me his girlfriend's name and phone number. Well, did you want to text her and tell her? No, motherfucker. You get on the phone, call your girlfriend, and tell her this is some bullshit and turn it down before I burn the entire fucking building down. That's what I'm thinking. But he doesn't understand. You're making yourself. If I was that dude, I know you gone. I can creep over there. It's convenient and everything. Yeah, you know Rico ain't really here right now. So what you doing? You feel me? That's what can happen. But I'm a Muslim. And I live by the code that Allah has ordained for humanity. And among that instruction is my characters, how I'm supposed to conduct myself as a man. So I'm just trying to say, non-Muslim people get into these problems because you're trying to live lives that are not appropriate. Allah knows everything. So he's just trying to get you out of your own way. I'm trying to help you out, you feel me? But if you don't want to, okay. Moving up. I read that, the VJJ comment. We'll read this last one. I believe she was an honest, it's believed she was an honest justice, one that actually wanted to rule on what was fair and honest. Some hidden poles in power, or pales in power, may not have jived too well with that notion, honestly. All right, I think I'm going to put a period here, everybody. Yeah. Because we're at nearly 4.5 hours. And I don't mind, but it's just there's a time when you just have to put a cap on things. And so today is Friday. So we're going into the weekend. And I didn't realize, I don't think I switched this over. Did I switch this over? I don't know. I think I'm one thing on here and something else on there. I don't know which one of these is real. Where the fuck am I? So my intent is that we will get some time over the weekend, everybody. So if I manage my time properly and my energy levels, then I can, like it's a good time for us to cut now, because I don't want to do an evening. Like if I get an inspiration to potentially be live tomorrow, I'd like for it to be during the day. It's Saturday, for God's sake, and same thing on Sunday. So that I can have my evening, to just relax and, do the things that I like to do in the evenings, whether it's reading or studying
or I may be, you know, watching documentaries, or I'm watching something entertainment, whatever. Um, yeah. So, you know, if I overexert myself, then that means I'll be tired tomorrow, which means we'll start later if I am going to do something. And then we're back here again at midnight tomorrow. We don't want to do that. I don't. So it's just all about time management. So I'm just gonna do the best that I can. I want to say, first of all, oh, you know what? The only disadvantage here. Oh no, we still have our moderators. Um, so I'm pleased that I was able to see a lot of people tonight that I just haven't seen in a minute. You know, I'm really happy about that. And another shout out to all of you guys, and to all of my moderators, and to everybody that came to view the stream tonight. Also, I have to continue to acquaint myself with this StreamYard so that the operation of it can be seamless and easy. I didn't even finish watching the tutorial on it. I've just got far enough. I'm like, okay, you do this, you do this, you do this, and then you hit to go live. Okay, we'll figure it out from there. And that's exactly what I did, because I didn't want to sit here trying to learn it when I could already be live, you know, and then I didn't want to get started too late. So I was able to accomplish that. I'm pleased about that, you know. Yeah, it's a 21 and a half minute video, and I'm 15 minutes and 12 seconds in. That's where I stopped. I'm like, I know enough, goddammit. Go live. And yeah, because I was ready at like 5:15, but like I said, my nephew called me, and I had to talk to my nephew, so whatever. So this is also good for the people on the East Coast. It's just after 1 o'clock for you now, and I don't want your weekend to get off to a tired start either. So this is best. So thank you guys all again. As I say, I think that I don't need to wait for an inspiration. I have some things that I didn't get to tonight, and plus some things that you all brought up in this that I just need to do. So, you know, I don't need to wait for inspiration. I know what I will want to talk about. So it's just about whether or not I'm going to do it tomorrow or not, or Sunday. I won't make any commitment. That way you don't have to be checking for me. But just hopefully you'll get the notifications if I do something, you know. Yeah, that's what's up. So thank you guys all again. I love you all, and I will see you soon. This is the Jedi.